Bum.
What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, April 11th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, our friend Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field will join us in about 15 minutes to preview Texas baseball's weekend series in Lexington, plus plenty of golf conversation. We will recap round one of the Masters and start to preview the remaining 3 days of the biggest tournament in golf. We've got a wild NIL story out of Tennessee. We've got troubling allegations against a lifetime Longhorn who's about to hear his name drafted in a couple of weeks. We've got the latest mock draft from Todd McShay that has some fireworks in the first round. And we've got some fun stories as well on a Friday edition of Bucky and BK. Hope everyone's having a great week to this point. Hope everyone has a great Friday, and we appreciate y'all spending some of your Friday with us. Happy Friday to you, my man. How are you?
Same to you, man. Great, happy Masters Friday, and it is going to be quite the Masters. It looks like it's going to turn out to be as that course, BK, starts to dry up a little bit, and they don't get any rain. Man, is that thing going to be fast? I saw a couple of shots in the Masters yesterday that you would think if the weather had shown you what it was going to be like because of the rain earlier in the week, some of those balls would have stopped. They did not yesterday. A lot of guys overshot greens, or at least they thought they'd get one hit, spin it back, and it never spun. It just kept on going yesterday. So as that course dries out, it'll get tougher and tougher for the weekend. It was already tough on a couple guys yesterday, but still, what a beautiful place. What a beautiful scene yesterday.
Yeah, I heard Scotty Scheffler in his post-round interview talking about the greens getting a little firmer throughout the course of the day.
Yes.
And, man, the front nine was giving, but the back nine was taking away yesterday.
Yes, it was.
And that was clearly the case with Rory McIlroy. We'll obviously talk about his back nine meltdown this morning. But
there's just certain things that you just can't do. And you can't do that in round one when you're kind of in contention. Just go, take your medicine, take your bogey, and move on. You can't get doubles and triples, and you just can't do it. It's just too difficult to come back. It's hard. It's a hard place to make up a bunch of shots, it looks like. No, I've never played it, never been there, but it just looks like a place that you're not gonna be catching up with 3-4 straight birdies. It's just too difficult of a place to do it, especially if the greens get firm. They look like they're hard enough if they're just normal,
Yeah, I agree. And
some
what
of
they
the
say.
spots where they put the pins yesterday were like, oh my God.
Yep.
I mean, one spot at a par 3, they said it hadn't been there since like 1987. I'm like, what? He said, no, they generally will never put it there. It was there yesterday at the back corner. So they look like some long birdie putts yesterday. And Scotty Scheffler hit one about 60-footer, and that thing was steaming too. If that thing doesn't hit the hole, it's like off the green, I got to believe. But boy, was he good yesterday. Coming out of that's just a fun event to watch. I can imagine being there. My son's been there numerous times, and he said, what you see on television is not what you get. He said, it is so hilly. Those things that look like small hills, he said, they are like straight down and straight up. Just an incredible place to watch a golf tournament. I've got to go do that someday.
Yeah.
Before I can't actually do that. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel like you got to know somebody to get tickets out there, and they've got that lottery system opened up to the general public, but that's just like any other lottery, very difficult to win. So
we know Syntex Tickets. That's who we know.
Yeah, I know Shelby is out there at Augusta. I know
he
and a couple of those Syntex guys go out every single year. So,
oh yeah, man, they got it. They get it done there. They've been going for years and years and years. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the magnificent job that you do. We do appreciate it, but do be careful out there.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, some big storylines from day one of the Masters. And you know what they say, Buck, you can't win the tournament on Thursday, but you can lose it. And
Yes,
Rory McIlroy right might have done that. I mean, he was cruising. He was 4 under through 14 yesterday, and it looked like he was going to be in the mix to win his first ever green jacket and complete that career grand slam. And then 15 happens. A par 5, a very birdieable hole. And Rory put himself in a good spot. He had a good tee shot. His second shot was pretty good, just off the back of the green. Looked like, all right, let's go up and down. We could birdie this hole. And instead, the third, the chip shot, found water, and he ends up with a double bogey 7.
Yeah, I told you, I said I would have been aiming just for the beginning of the green. I wouldn't have come anywhere near that pin. I would have taken my chances on a putt for par than a chip shot to get in there for bogey. I mean, it just seems kind of risky on day one for that shot. It's just like you've got to come up short. And coming up short is 15 feet short. You know what I mean? Just barely getting it on the green. He landed that thing, and all he talked about was the second bounce before he made the shot. And they were talking about, it's the second hop. It's the second hop. And when that ball hit on the second hop, I still thought he had a chance. And then when they showed it up close, the spin on that ball was just a forward spin. There was no backspin.
Yeah.
And once it got near the hole, you knew goodbye.
I was going to say, that's
probably
a helpless
the part
feeling.
that my son says that it looks like it's just a little downhill, that he says that are straight downhill. You know?
Yeah. That's a helpless feeling, right? Because you knew that thing was finding water about 5 seconds before it found water.
Yeah, when I make a shot like that, I'm just praying, oh, they didn't cut the grass by the edge today. Maybe I'll catch a break there. Well, they cut the grass every 15 minutes there, it looks like.
That's the one that if you and I are playing, we're running down after our ball to make sure we don't lose it.
I don't want to lose my ball. I don't want to lose my ball. I'm down there with a ball getter getting my ball and 10 other balls out of there.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, I'll take the stroke. I just don't want to lose this ball, all right? So let me stop
and plus,
it
I
before
suck
it gets
so bad.
there.
I would have putted that ball to the top. Just like I said, if I make it on the green, I'm satisfied. I'll take my chance with another short putt. I'll take bogey there and get the hell out of there.
It's a non-forgiving course, right? And sometimes when you try to be too perfect, it ends up biting you in the rear end, and that's what happened to Rory there.
On day one, he thought he had it going on, and he did. And he thought he was just going to he thought he had about 3 more birdies probably on, at least 2 more birdies in him.
And it got worse. I mean, one double bogey is bad enough, right? I mean, history says if you double one hole at Augusta, you've got a tough chance of winning. But then on 17, he 3-putts for another double bogey. And he went from 4 under and tied for second to even par and tied for 27th.
Yeah, that didn't take long. And it didn't take long.
No, 3 holes, Buck. It was like 30 minutes. And in golf, that's like 2 seconds. So, yeah, look, since 2000, I found this stat. I actually saw this stat after his first double bogey. And I was like, oh, God, that could be the end for Rory. Now I know he's done. Since 2000, Masters winners have a total of 6 double bogeys for the whole tournament. Since 2000, every Masters winner has only accumulated a total of 6 doubles.
All of those guys combined?
Combined. And nobody had 2 of them in the same tournament. It was all one-offs. So Rory would be making major history, and current history is very against him because of that meltdown. To me, it's like he went from in the hunt to in hell with that performance.
Well, they talk about him like he'll be back. I mean, they're wishing him well. Then they think if there's anybody that can do it skillfully, he can get it done. I just think somewhere along the line he's going to take a chance. And one of these times it's going to work out for him. But if he fails, like you said, you don't get much failure there.
Yeah, it's one of those like, look, he was 4 under through 14. So people are thinking, all right, maybe he can just go out and do that again to start his Friday round. But that's so tough at that course to do. And, yeah, I mean, you're right.
The old man with the gray hair was doing it. Rosie was getting it done.
Yeah, Rory's going to have to take some extra chances now. But that's obviously your biggest story. Look, everyone was talking about Scotty and Rory going into the tournament. They were your 2 favorites. And for different reasons, they're being talked about a lot after Thursday. But the best player on the course was, without question, Justin Rose, who shot a 7 under 65, about 8 birdies. He did bogey at 18, his only blemish of the day.
Yeah, he had back-to-back tee shots. He got away with the one at 17 and ended up making par, scrambling.
You're right.
But he didn't get away from it in 18 over there in Magnolias.
He started with 3 straight birdies and just took off from there. How about this? Only 22 putts required for Justin Rose to get through 18 holes yesterday. A very, very impressive start for the now old guy, as you say.
44.
Is that old?
I guess for a golfer, maybe it is. I don't know. He's one of the oldest dudes out there at 44. Freddie Couples had a nice day too.
Freddie Couples, I think, was 1 under par yesterday.
Yeah, but his back will give out today, so he'll be done.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't withdraw after yesterday.
Oh no, and just say what a nice round I had.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to end up in the green here. I'll just see you guys some other time. Thank you very much for continuing to send my invites in the mail.
Yeah, I mean there's a couple guys that are right there, but boy, like I said, you just can't. Like you said, you can't have mistakes, and boy, you have to hit the fairway at that place, and then you have to be at the right spot in the fairway.
Yeah, it's tough. Again, every inch matters at this course. It is not very forgiving, and you could tell the difference between guys like Scotty Scheffler who just know exactly what they're supposed to do at all times and where they're supposed to be at all times versus, the amateur that he was playing with, right? He was playing against the amateur champion of the world last year, and that guy was just shanking them left and right. And, he's +4, not a horrible round of golf.
No.
Like you could tell somebody who's been there versus somebody who hasn't. And I think also playing well coming in matters a lot. And you could tell who's been playing well, who's kind of got their A game going for them, and which guys are still fighting it. That doesn't look to be a course where you want to be finding your game.
Yeah, no, that's not the place to come and try to find now. A little difficult.
A little difficult. Let's let you hear from the round one leader. Here's Justin Rose, who got the opportunity to have the round one leader press conference after the day was done. Here is the one-time major champion talking about his first day at Augusta.
Obviously delighted to get off to such a great start, and that start definitely it happened out of the gates. So for the first few holes, everything was going exactly where I was looking, and certainly the first hole, which I think is definitely one of the trickier holes on the golf course, to knock in a nice 25-footer down the hill right to left is exactly what you need to settle yourself into the Masters. And then 2 and 3 are birdie opportunities. So yeah, to be 3 under through 3 kind of really got me on the front foot, and felt like I was playing great golf. And when I did find myself in a little bit of trouble, especially early, number 5, hold a great putt there for par. And then middle of the back 9, I felt like there were a couple of moments where the momentum could have changed, but really good up and downs on 14 and 15 to keep the round really hot. And yeah, obviously just, the only blemish on 18, but there's no point dwelling on that. I think it was a really good day's golf on a golf course that was a stern test. I think if you look at the overall leaderboard, not many low scores out there, so you had to hit a lot of quality shots, and delighted with the way I played.
Yeah, they're talking about a guy making a wonderful living at his profession. He may, I think he's going to end up obviously being in the Hall of Fame, Golfing Hall of Fame. We're talking about a guy who's just racking in money every place he goes, whether it's Ryder Cup and that, and then playing in these tournaments, just sticking money in the bank every week. I mean, a lot of those guys, they're rich dudes anyway. They make a decent living, but that guy makes an incredibly good living.
He's done all right for himself.
The guy who has never won the Masters. I mean, you talk about every week he's right in the thick of things, and an old dude at 44.
An old dude at 44. Yeah.
I saw Bernard Langer still, him and Freddie Couples still pacing around there. Bernard in his all red yesterday, playing pretty good golf. It's been an old dude. That guy's like 68.
By the way, Justin Rose, career earnings on the PGA Tour, $66 million and change.
Yeah, he's had a nice career.
Yeah, that doesn't include endorsements or sponsorships.
Oh, no, that's just on the tour, yeah.
That's just on the tour, so he's done all right. Here's the bad news for Justin Rose before we shift gears and talk a little Longhorn baseball with our man Mark Pena. Justin Rose set a Masters record yesterday. I'm like, what's the bad news, BK? Well, that's the 5th time Justin Rose has had at least a share of the 18-hole lead at the Masters, breaking the record held by Jack Nicklaus. But the difference between those two guys, Jack has 6 green jackets. Rose has 0 green jackets. He's finished second twice, but has yet to win the Masters. He's been in the mix before, Buck. He's been in this exact spot before, but he usually collapses over the final 3 days, so he's trying to reverse that trend.
I think he'll be there. I think he'll have a nice Friday. I think Saturday will come to get him a little bit. They're talking about place really drying up by Saturday and Sunday. I think that'll start again. But he putted the ball really well yesterday. I mean, he made some long gaggers, and he hits the ball so straight.
Some long what?
Gaggers.
What is a gagger?
When you putt the ball, you accidentally chip in, and the guy that's around you is holding his throat going, oh, my God, I can't believe this guy just made this. That was luck.
I thought you were talking about the gimp in Pulp Fiction.
No, I wasn't talking about that gagging.
No gagger there, huh?
No gagging there, no.
Okay. All right. That's a golf term I've never heard before.
Well, you never heard of licking your chicken until I gave you that one either.
No, I don't think anybody else had heard of licking your chicken before you gave us that a few weeks ago. All right, more on the Masters a little bit later in the show, putting a bow on round one and obviously previewing round two and the rest of the weekend. But speaking of weekends, another big SEC weekend for Texas baseball, who is red hot. The Longhorns, of course, coming off their weekend sweep of Georgia and a nice Tuesday run rule victory over Houston Christian. The Horns will be back on the road tonight, opening up a 3-game set in Lexington against the Kentucky Wildcats. And joining us to talk all things Texas baseball a couple of days later than usual, that's on me, our man Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field. Good morning, Mark. How are you, sir?
Happy Friday, gentlemen. Good to talk to you again.
Mark, what's the deal? A Tuesday victory, is that going to screw up the weekend?
Those Tuesday losses have been working out pretty well for us.
Yes, they have. I thought we had a little trend going on. What are we trying to do here?
I know. It's like drop a midweek against a team from in-state and then beat a top 5 opponent. So I'll take that trade-off every time if you can get it.
Absolutely, man.
No doubt. Yeah, before we talk about Kentucky, I want to go back to last weekend. You were obviously at the dish for all 3 of those games, and man, what a weekend it was. Maybe the biggest series here in Austin in years. And the Longhorns, I mean, just Friday night, Jared Spencer taking care of business. Saturday night, the Horns go down 4-0 early, and you're thinking, all right, well, we've got Sunday to win the series, but Texas comes back. They win that game on Saturday, and obviously they bust out the brooms on Sunday. I don't even know where to begin, so I'll let you take the reins, Mark. Your big takeaways from what you saw the Horns do against the Dogs last weekend.
Brad, I honestly can't articulate like how impressed I am with our team at this point in the season, right? I think even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think 27-4 and 11-1 in the SEC to start the season were things that were even possibilities. And, you kind of alluded to it just now. That Georgia series was very impressive. We won that game in multiple ways. Good pitching throughout the weekend. Saturday, as you mentioned, went down 4-0. We're able to battle back, keep ourselves in the game, and then have like one big inning, right, to take control of that game on Saturday. So the team just continues to prove that they can find multiple ways to beat very quality opponents. I do think, though, Brad, that our pitching staff is just really standing out at this point. I believe they're second in the NCAA in ERA right now, which is pretty ridiculous when you consider some of the teams that Texas has played right now. Right, we've played top 5 LSU, number 7 Georgia, some of the best offenses in the country, and to have the number 2 ERA in all of the NCAA is pretty impressive. So, again, just weekend after weekend, they keep showing that they're for real. And we were talking earlier in the week that earlier in the season, right, you get a little cautious because you don't want to get too excited too early. It's a small sample set, but we're over halfway through the season now, and I think it's time to start taking this Texas baseball team for real and considering them one of the top teams in NCAA baseball.
Yeah, I got to believe, Mark, that not only do the fans feel like, even if there's a time where you I don't know you're going to win every series, but you could. But I just, when that happens, that this is the kind of team that continues to bounce back because, I mean, it seems like every week there's a different guy who jumps in. They've been consistent. The good players have been consistent, but there have been guys that have come out of nowhere that all of a sudden you say, well, no, I think maybe this guy may be playing the best of all of them at this part of the year. All the other guys have been consistent. Somebody seems to want to take over as the best player. I mean, every time I look at our texting here, it says, well, I think this guy is the best player on the team. But then the following week, there's some other guy that shows up. No, I think he may be the best player on this Texas team right now. So there's a lot of guys playing a lot of good baseball.
There really is, and guys are stepping up all around. One of the things that I keep talking about, but I'm happy that you're not hearing a lot of it from the actual program, is reminding folks that we're playing without two of our best players,
Ah,
right? Definitely our best player is out in Max Ballou. He's been out for several weeks now. We're also playing without Adrian Rodriguez. And before his hand injury, I believe he had the second highest batting average on our team. So the fact that they're doing it without those two guys is just so impressive, Bucky. And like you mentioned, each game, each series, there are guys that just step up and do what they need to do for us to win games. A guy that stood out for me last weekend, going back to the Georgia game on Saturday, is Jaquay Stewart, right? Our team pretty much had no life through 5 innings of that Saturday game. We're down 4-0. I don't think we had a hit going into that inning. Then all of a sudden we get a guy on base via the walk, and he hits an absolute 2-run bomb to right field, right, which puts us right back into the game, wakes up the dugout, wakes up the crowd. So you're absolutely right. There are guys that are just figuring it out, whether it's Rylan Galvan, Jalen Flores, Kimball Schusler. Every game, there's just somebody else that's there and ready to kind of power the offense. And then from the other side, it's just the consistency, Bucky. There's nobody quote unquote stepping up on the pitching mound. They've just been badass all
yeah.
season, right? And they're not taking a step back. They're not having off days. Every weekend, it seems like you know what you're going to get from the starting pitching, and then the guys in the bullpen are just keeping at that ridiculously high level, right? Dylan Valancis has just been spectacular against some of the best lineups in the country, and he made some Georgia batters look foolish on Sunday. So, you just kind of feel like sky's the limit, and you keep winning. You're hoping that a guy like Adrian Rodriguez is going to be able to get back in the lineup potentially this weekend. If not this weekend, then probably definitely by next weekend when we play Auburn. And then you just hope you can keep churning out W's because I think, the staff still has the hope that a guy like Max Ballou could potentially be available for postseason play. If Texas is still kind of in the conversation and playing at the level that they are right now.
Yeah, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here talking Texas baseball on Bucky and BK. Like on its surface, Mark, it feels like every year is Omaha or bust for Texas baseball. But I know a lot of people temper their expectations a little bit this year because of the coaching change and all of the roster turnover from 24 to 25. But with the fact that this team is 27-4, their best start since 2004, has that kind of changed the conversation to a typical Texas baseball Omaha or bust?
That's a great question, Brad. And I tempered my expectation a little bit going into the season. I really thought the ceiling for me from a regular season perspective was let's try and finish in the top 16 and somehow host a home regional, right? And I'll admit, even that kind of seemed a little far fetched, right? When you're talking about year one, lots of new faces, almost a completely new coaching staff. Uh, but this team's for real, Brad. I really feel like they are one of the most complete teams in the country right now. So when you talk about expectations now, for me personally, I feel like when you're sitting right now, RPI top 5, number 2 team in the country, I think the goal for Texas right now has to be a national seed, right? Being one of those top 8s, meaning that if you're going to lose in the postseason, somebody's going to have to come into Dish Falk Field and beat you at home. So I think that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. And I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, but I think the teams that make it to Omaha and the correlation of being a top 8 national seed, I mean, it's got to be like 90% or more of the teams that make it to Omaha have home regionals and home supers. So to me, that's the goal. The great thing about the SEC is, right, it doesn't matter if you finish first place. You could finish first, second, third, fourth. You're probably still getting a national seed at that point. I saw some crazy projections earlier this week where there's national writers predicting 7 of the 8 teams that go to the College World Series are going to be from the SEC. So that would just be absolutely insane. And I think it was D1 that had that projected as like they're 8 for Omaha, and they literally had 7 SEC teams in their field, along with UCLA. So I think that's the goal right now. Finish top 8, make somebody come into Austin and beat you.
Mark, I heard this morning as one of those, they were talking about golf and what you have to go through in golf, but I believe this to be true, and that I'm glad I heard that this morning, that the greatest gift for man, woman, child, or team is adversity. I mean, that is the greatest gift to all of us that I think we all go through. I mean, this team, even without Baloo, it's tough to miss a player, but they haven't hit that real adversity. And I think that for this team, adversity may be when they lose a series in the weekend and how they come back. And it won't be the following weekend. It'll be just on that Tuesday, how they settle into a lost series. Now, hell, it hasn't happened. Like I said, it may not happen, but it is a great gift to see what you do when that happens. The loss of Baloo, I mean, a little of adversity because you got so many other good players that have bounced right into it. But I think that real adversity is how you handle a lost series for this baseball.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Bucky. And there are a ton of tough series ahead for Texas. So, I don't know from a historical perspective what the numbers look like. I'm guessing that SEC teams do not go through the season clean, right? Like even national champions, I know they're dropping series along the way. So you kind of expect it to come, and I agree with that, right? I think seeing how the team handles that is going to be huge, and not only that, but seeing how the fans handle that, right?
Sure.
I think we're getting a little bit spoiled right now, early in the Schlossnagle tenure, where fans are just expecting wins at this point. So I think this weekend coming up, though, is going to be a tricky one. Kentucky is a very solid team. When you look at that program, right, they were in Omaha last year. They did lose a lot of their key players, but even this season, they played some very tough teams, and they have yet to be swept. They're not having the greatest of years. I believe they're 5-7 in SEC play, but they played some very good competition. They played series where they won 2 out of 3 at A&M. They played Georgia, Ole Miss, and stole a game from each of those teams, who are now top 10 programs as well. So it's going to be a formidable test for Texas and Lexington this weekend. I was actually just looking at the weather. It's like 40 degrees and raining right now.
They've had
so
a lot
it's
of
gonna
rain
be,
in that area.
yeah, it's going to be one of those mental toughness weekends where I don't think they're going to be playing in front of full houses, and the weather's not going to be ideal. So Texas is going to have to bring their own energy, lock in, and see if they can get another series win this weekend.
I love it. Mark, last one for me. Will Gasparino, another one of those guys who, can be in the discussion for best player on the team with what he's done as of late. I'll be honest, there were times where I watched this dude play and I'm like, I feel like he shouldn't be starting right now. Like he's a twig out there. Like I just feel like his body is not developed enough to be a regular starter at the University of Texas. But we hear all of these stories in the offseason about how he's putting on 10, 15, 20 pounds of muscle, whatever it was. And he has just become a complete player. He's always had the defense. He's always had great speed. But now, obviously, the bat has come along. What can you say about his development and just how much he has meant to the success of this 2025 team?
Yeah, he's been on quite a heater, BK. And, the thing that stood out to me has been his power. You mentioned he did put on about 15 pounds of just pure muscle in the offseason. And, man, if you get up close to him now, that kid is a beast. There was a game a couple weeks ago. I went out in the Yeti yard to go check out a couple innings from there. And just watching him roam center field and then comparing him to the other outfielders on our team, the other outfielders on the other team. I mean, it's like night and day how big that guy is out there now. But his power numbers have been fantastic. He had some ridiculous stretch. I think I saw he had like 7 home runs in like 8 or 9 games or something like that. So just a ridiculous clip. And to be quite honest, with Max and A-Rod out, we're going to need him to stay hot. What I would like to see there, though, from Will is hitting a little bit more for average as well. It's kind of feast or famine, where it's either going over the wall or he's not necessarily getting on base at a clip that I think he would like to. So I hope that he can keep it going. He's going to be huge for us, obviously. And Brad, I think another area where Texas needs to have somebody step up is left field. Right now, we're kind of juggling that position right now with Jaden Duplantier and Easton Winfield. Both of those guys hitting around 200. So the outfield's got to get a little bit more help there in the left field position. And if they can shore that up, man, it's going to be a pretty damn complete lineup from 1 to 9 for Texas.
Agreed. Great stuff, as always, Mark. Really appreciate you making some time on a Friday. Enjoy the baseball, enjoy the weekend, and we'll chop it up with you again next week.
Absolutely. Happy Friday, guys. I appreciate y'all having me on.
Welcome, Mark. Thank
You're the
you.
man.
Welcome. Thanks.
All right. There he goes. Mark Pena joining us every week to talk Texas baseball. Brought to you, Buck, by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits.
No doubt about it. Get all your alcohol needs right there at 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks. If you're having a big party this weekend, maybe a big baseball gathering, call on them, give them a call. They'll come and deliver to you. They're a wholesale distributor. They can get the alcohol to you. Or you can just stop by 4601 Southwest Parkway and pick up everything that you need. And you need some Altstadt beer because they've got all of it there. They've got every brand of Altstadt beer. Award-winning Altstadt beer. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love the Altstadt beer. And
Did you have some of that with your barbecue yesterday?
I did have some of that yesterday with the barbecue, watching some golf.
Wow.
Not doing a whole lot else. That's what the Masters
Slamming down
week.
the Altstadt and the barbecue at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. Wow.
That's what Masters week is all about, isn't it?
Oh, I got meat sweats. I got all that food. Oh, that was tasty.
Oh, it's good stuff. Yeah, I'm rocking the Southside Market and Barbecue hat this morning.
Man,
Shout out to those folks and Leander for having us out for their grand opening of the 5th Central Texas location. If you couldn't make it out to see us yesterday, go by there and get you some great barbecue this weekend. Right across the highway from the HEB Center at Cedar Park, 183 and Crystal Falls. They had a fantastic time there yesterday, and boy, they hooked us up with some great food.
Boy, but sides matter to me. I'm a big sides guy. If the sides are a ho-hum, it makes even great brisket to me not work. Boy, but they had great coleslaw. The beans were delicious, and the potato salad was right on. It just, it had a little bit of everything in that taste of that potato salad. I really enjoyed that. I thought that, a lot of times, you take those sides, you take a couple bites, and it's just left there. I didn't have a thing left. I came back and reheated those beans and tore that up, man. That was delicious.
Yeah, that potato salad was some of the best I've ever had from a barbecue
it was delicious.
joint.
It certainly was.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Great food, great sides, great atmosphere, and the place is clean because it just opened. So
yes.
this is the time to go. Had a great time there yesterday. But yeah, barbecue and beer and golf. How about that for some weekend plans?
That was great. Yes, it was.
Yeah, what more do you need? Love the Altstadt beer, the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. If you're going to be posted up on the couch like the Buck and I, just watching golf all weekend, you need some Altstadt beer for that. If you're going to be hitting the town, taking advantage of this nice, dare I say, springtime weather.
Very nice.
In Central Texas and all across the state of Texas, get you some Altstadt beer. Your good times are always made better with a great beer, and the best beer that you could find is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
Yeah, shout out to them, and shout out to CentexTickets.com. We talked about them earlier. Those guys are enjoying the Masters in person at Augusta National. If you want to attend any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, any festival, any whatever, in person, there's only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is CentexTickets.com. If you use the promo code CENTEX10, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. By the way, that code is exclusive to TSU listeners, so they are hooking you up with 10% off any ticket purchase. And buying tickets can be stressful. Centex Tickets takes all of the stress out of it. And again, they are hooking you up with 10% off over there at CentexTickets.com.
Yeah, when I heard that quote this morning about the greatest gift of all to everybody is adversity, and I'm thinking, and every time our golfers, I'm like, shit, no, I hate adversity in golf. I don't battle back from golf adversity. I truly, when it goes bad, I have a hard time. I need the next day. That means I need to go ahead and get my 101 or whatever I'm about to score, and I'll see you, the next time. I don't battle back during the course of golf when I go the wrong way. So I have to do everything I possibly can not to go the wrong way on the golf course, BK. That's why I love that game, because it's such a mental game. I'm old, but I still can swing enough, and I know better than this is the club I need to. You can't make every shot. So, and I've learned that I can't make every shot because, first of all, I can't get to par fours at most courses in 2. So where do I have to strategically put the ball? That's when I get pissed. When I know I can hit it right to the front of the green and chip on, and I hit it in the trees to the right because I'm trying to hit it just too far. I'm like, that's not adversity. You're just a dope. That's not adversity. That's me. You're just dumb.
I hate quotes about adversity.
Yes.
And they're everywhere. And some
Yeah.
of them are very good, but it's all like, oh, you've got to go through adversity. Oh, fall 8 times, get up 9. Oh,
Yeah.
you can't really enjoy the joy without experiencing the pain. It's like, do I have to? Like, do I have to go through
Yeah.
all that? Can I just get the good? Do I need all of the bad things in this life, please?
Yeah, it's like me when I quit drinking, when the kids who are doing heroin and stuff would say, don't you have to hit the bottom first? And I'm like, what are you, stupid? What are you talking about? That's the dumbest thing I told a kid once. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You have to hit rock bottom first. Why? Who in the hell wants to hit rock bottom, you idiot?
Yeah.
How about not hitting rock bottom and pull yourself up before you get to rock bottom?
Right.
I don't need the adversity. I need success all the time. Not some of the time. I need it all the time. So don't be a dope.
Hey.
Let that be a tip for your kids in the car line.
I don't need to be the story of the guy who overcame a bunch of adversity.
No.
I'd rather be the guy who just has a bunch of success throughout the course of his life and doesn't have to overcome a whole lot of stuff.
Why don't I just become Walt Disney? What do I need adversity for? I've got Disney World, Disneyland, Tinkerbell. Why do I need to be at the bottom? Who the hell wants to be at the bottom there, Captain Hook?
You want to be a dead anti-Semite? That's what you want to be in this life?
I don't want to be at the bottom. That's ridiculous. When they said that this morning, I was like, you know what? That's really nice. That's a nice tip for the kids. Everybody needs that adversity. Why?
Yeah. You know what everybody needs?
What's that?
D's nuts.
There you go. Next time somebody says that to me, hey, how about some adversity? How about D's nuts?
Yeah, how about that for a trade? You can have your adversity, and you know what? I'll throw in a side of D's nuts with you, too.
Yeah. All right, kids. I'll never say that. That's a tip for the kids in the car line. You need some adversity. No, you need a whole shitload of success. How's that?
Yeah, I wish that upon everybody tuned in to TSU this morning. No adversity, all success.
Yes, there you go.
Scotty Scheffler, as we kind of wrap up our Masters talk, at least right now, we'll give some leaderboard updates. Justin Rose, the leader, will tee off in about 14 minutes, so we'll let you know how his first couple of holes go on round 2. And obviously, all of the shows on TSU will be providing those leaderboard updates throughout the course of the day. But got to talk a little Scotty Scheffler, Buck. I mean, it's just ho-hum for this dude at this point, right? A bogey-free 68, shoots 4 under par. You talked about his 62-foot birdie on the par 3 fourth. He also had a 42-foot birdie on another par 3. Like, you hope you par those par 3s at Augusta.
Oh, yeah, you're just trying to two-putt.
Yeah, he birdied 2 of them yesterday with long-range shots. This is his 4th straight opening round in the 60s at Augusta. Again, you can't win the tournament on Thursday, but you sure as hell can lose it. And Scotty Scheffler every year ensures that he is going to be in the mix after round 1.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he's just so calm. He doesn't get overly excited about any of it, bad, good. And you're talking about whether it's adversity or success. It's all the same for him. It's just the process of, okay, what's the next shot after this shot? I mean, you watch the young kid from Texas Tech, Aberg. I mean, he is the next deal. He's the next big deal. I don't know if he can run him off like Scotty did, but he's got that mentality that's just every shot is every shot. I'm not overly excited about it. I'll wait till I get the trophy in hand at the end of the day before I get excited.
I love his game. I hate that he's a Texas Tech guy because.
Yeah, why did he do that? I mean, there could have all kinds of places he could have gone. Why would he do that?
Someone from Sweden gave him some bad advice, I guess, because that's where he's from, and I don't know how they coerced him to go to the South Plains of Texas, but. I think that guy's going to be a force for years to come. And you're right. He's just stoic out there on the course. And
my goodness,
he's damn near robotic every time he's out there. He's won a couple of times in his career. Hasn't won a major yet. He did finish second last year at Augusta.
And that was his first major.
You
I
might be
believe
right.
I think last year was his first major. I think was playing in Augusta.
I think you're right. Yep. Finished sole second last year at Augusta. Finished tied 12th at the U.S. Open. He missed the cut at his other two major championships last year. But yeah, maybe he's just like Scotty Scheffler, where this course just resonates with his game.
Sure.
And he's a guy who's going to be at least in the conversation year in and year out at the Masters. He looks great. It's a three-way tie for second right now. It's Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig, don't call him Aberg, Oberg, and the Canadian Corey Connors there. And then you've got Tyrrell Hatton and Bryson DeChambeau.
I always wait for Hatton to explode, but he was kind of calm yesterday. He held it together because there was a couple where I thought that guy was going to lose his stuff and throw a club somewhere.
I think Tyrrell Hatton is my favorite non-Longhorn or Jayhawk on the PGA Tour, because that guy is like me on the course where
you want to see it happen. You want that explosion, do you?
He is the king of the meltdown. I mean, he cusses more than anybody else. He loses his cool more than just about anybody else. And I've got that in common with him. I'm not good. That's one thing that we don't have in common. But I love when Tyrrell Hatton loses his mind out there, and I hope we see it at some point these next 3 days.
Dude, I can't even imagine being his caddy.
Oh,
Giving
my
him
God.
a club. If you gave him the wrong club after a heater, he would just,
Surprised he hasn't snapped one on his knee yet.
Saturday.
It's coming?
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh, man, it's coming. So some big names at the top of the leaderboard, and should be a fun weekend. We'll see if Justin Rose can hold off the competition, but I got a hunch, Buck. I think you got a hunch that this thing is going to be tough and tight over the next, 54 holes.
Yeah, and I think Rory will make a comeback, BK. I think he'll find his way right back into the top 5 here shortly.
Shortly?
Yeah. I think by Saturday he'll be there. I think he'll make a pretty good move again today. Even if he's -2 or 3, he'll be fine. What is he right now? Even par?
Even par.
Yeah. Yeah. If he's 3 under today, he'll be right back up. He'll be right back in it. And if that place firms up, because one thing we know that's going to happen, Rory will come into one of those spots where do I or don't I? And generally he will do I, and we'll see what that ends up being.
Yeah, he might feel like he has to take some chances with the way his first round ended. So he's currently 7 shots back of the lead.
You don't have to do that today. Just be -2 today and then go into Saturday and Sunday and get after it. Then you can take some chances. No more chances today. No more dumping the ball in the water. I mean, really?
On a chip.
No.
It wasn't like just, a second shot where he was trying to be aggressive and found water. No, he was like 20 yards away from the cup.
You would have had the putter out and steamroll that thing down that hill. You would have thought you were laying that thing up to the top, and that ball would have been going past that pin so fast.
I probably would have chipped there, but I think it would have taken me 3 chips to reach the green.
You would have been that short. You'd have short-armed that one.
So scared that I was going to go in the water that, it would have required multiple wedge shots to get onto the green. So I would have been the exact opposite.
And for golfers right there, that the chip there where he put that ball in, I know it's a hazard there. I saw him go back on the other side and drop,
Yep.
And he thought that's a better angle than to go. So would you have had to go back to the same shot? Because you can't, the hazard is the water, so you can't drop in the hazard. So you'd either have to go back on the other side or go back to the same exact shot. Would you have wanted to take the same shot again? Or did you like when he went across the bridge and I don't know. I think I would have had the same shot. I don't know if I could have gone across that bridge and hit that ball over that water.
Yeah,
That's why I dumped it in the water.
Some guys like the drop zones, right? And it feels like they try to make those relatively easy to give you a reprieve after hitting a bad shot. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Rory McIlroy clearly had a vision of what he wanted to do with his third, and he just didn't execute it. So
right.
I think the pride in me and the pride in most actual golfers would have been, No, like I know what I want to do here, so I'm just going to do it this time.
I'm going back to the same spot.
Yeah, like I don't need a completely different shot that I've got to study up on. Like I've already been focusing on this one for the last like 3, 4, 5 minutes. Let me just go do this right and move along with my day. But he opted not to do that, and
How did
that
your
didn't
boys
work.
from Liv do yesterday? John Rahm.
Yeah,
Rombo.
DeChambeau is your highest liver right now at 3 under par and a tie for 5th place with Tyrrell Hatton. Yeah, John Rahm, not a great day for him. Brooks Koepka +2. He's just kind of right on the projected cut line right now. Phil Mickelson at +3. Who are the other big live guys that you want to know about?
Where's Neiman Marcus at?
Neiman Marcus was in the mix early. He's at even par. He's tied with Rory right
He's
now
all right.
for 27th. Yeah, I don't know. I think those are all the live guys that are worth talking about, right? Dustin Johnson's +2. Well, that guy's fallen off over the last couple years.
That guy everybody used to be afraid of that dude.
Yeah, that guy was like always in the mix at majors, at any event. And
as soon as
now
he took the live money, he went straight down the hill.
I don't blame him. He got a huge contract. And he's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm also married to Wayne Gretzky's daughter, so I know I'm going to have money coming in from that family. I'll be okay here. So, yeah, I could take my foot off the gas a little bit.
I don't need any more green jackets. You keep the green jackets, I'll take the girl and the money.
Yeah, I'll just have the gold bricks, please.
Yes.
That's all I need over here. All right. We'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. That's the Coda text line. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. I got to go check the I owe you an apology, Buck, because I forgot to ask for your picks for our TSU Masters pool.
Well, I would have Rosie close. So I'm not taking Justin Tom. I don't know what happened to Justin yesterday. Was he playing with Scotty Scheffler?
He was playing with Scotty Scheffler, and yeah, he couldn't really find a rhythm. He's +1, so not terrible, but just he never found his game yesterday.
And I thought Jordan Spieth was going to come out of the shoot and show us a little something yesterday. I don't know what's happened to that dude. It's just hard to say.
Yeah, he was 2 under through the front 9, but doubled 10, and then bogey, 12, 13, 14.
Bogey. That's a terrible sound.
How about this for a start of a back 9? Double, birdie, bogey, birdie, and then ended with par. But yeah, 3 over on the back, so he ends up 1 over for the day. Again, not out of it, but not, you start 2 under on the front, you feel like, hey, all right, I could actually be in the mix this weekend. But again, it goes back to that stat with Rory. Guys don't win the green jacket if they double bogey. It just almost never happens at this place. So I wouldn't be picking Spieth even if he was like 2 under after round 1. Because he doubled. And
if he was leading, he wouldn't have a chance.
I know, dude. I've lost all faith in that guy. And it sucks because he was,
I know.
We're all desperate for the next Tiger. So anytime some young guy bursts on the scene and wins a couple early, it's like, oh my God, he's the next one. And we all wanted Spieth to be that guy, of course, a native Texan who played at Texas, won a national championship at Texas, like such a likable guy. And it's just obviously he's not him.
Well, we have the next Tiger. He's right there near the leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler is the next Tiger. He just doesn't have all the madness that goes along with some of the guys. He just kind of methodical. Let's just play golf. I'll see you at the next tournament after I win this. I won't be taking off 3 weeks. I'll be playing.
For Scotty, the year that Scotty had last year is as good or better than any year that Tiger ever had.
Yeah.
So, like, what Scotty has done has been remarkable, and he's clearly the best golfer in the world right now. But for me, Scotty's still young. But for me, for like the Tiger comparisons to even really start, Scotty has to win a major that's not the Masters.
I like to see him win. I like to see him win the U.S. Open and the British Open and not the Players Championship deal.
Yeah, he's won a ton of events, which is great. That's not easy to do. And he's got 2 Masters to his name. And hell, he could have 3 come Sunday.
He's already won enough to put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's awesome. But, you got to go career Grand Slam to be in that conversation, don't you?
Did you say he needs the grand slam at Denny's?
That would work too. I guess. I don't know if that's the grand slam.
He's
would
not
like
going to have a
to
lot of controversy, and he's just going to play golf. And
What do you mean? He got arrested at the U.S. Open last year.
Come on, man. He didn't do anything. That was just a little adversity.
That was a lot of dumbassery is what that was. The Lexington Police Department. Yeah, obviously that one not his fault at all. But, look, I love Scotty. I don't mean to dunk on him, but that's what I want to see from him this year. Obviously, I'd love to see him win another green jacket, but he's got to, again, to start inching closer to the Tiger and Jack stuff, which, again, we all want that next.
I think that U.S. Open 2 BK is at in New York.
What, Bethpage or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Actually, don't even know the answer to that.
I'm going to take a shot and say it's back in New York.
Let's take a look here. Quick Google search. The U.S.
Maybe with the New York crowd would be great.
Not tennis. Oakmont.
Oakmont, okay.
Is that New York?
No.
Okay. I'm not looking that up. I'll look up Oakmont and maybe one of our texters or
they will
watchers.
Tell us. They'll say, you two dumbasses. Come on.
Yeah, we are dumbasses for a lot of other reasons, but maybe that one too. All right. Speaking of getting arrested, tough transition here. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network reported yesterday afternoon that former Texas wide receiver and current NFL draft prospect Isaiah Bond turned himself in to Frisco police yesterday morning for a matter related to an outstanding warrant for sexual assault. He posted bond and was subsequently released. Isaiah Bond posted his last name. That's interesting there. But not great timing for him. Now, Isaiah Bond took to social media yesterday to release a statement saying, quote, regarding the accusation made against me, I would appreciate the time and opportunity to defend myself and prove the claims made patently false. I'm in full cooperation with the authorities and will remain a willing and active participant in the investigation. Unfortunately, claims like these prove to be harmful of all involved, absent full review. I kindly request that all reserve judgment until the authorities provide a complete report based on truth and evidence. Humbly, Isaiah Bond. End quote.
That's hard to say. Wasn't there. Don't know exactly what happened. He knows. The young lady knows what happens. It's all you can do until you find out the full scale of what it's all about.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty, right?
Except for that still hurts you when it comes to draft. They will look at that, and they've got all kinds of wife beaters, everything else that play in the NFL. They got good guys, bad guys. They've had murderers. They've had everything in there. So if you're good enough, somebody will take you. But that doesn't help you. I'll say that right there. There's nothing about that helps your cause.
No, you're right. And yesterday was 2 weeks before the draft. So,
right.
You turning yourself into authorities and getting arrested
and
really. Having
even if you're turning yourself in, even
Yeah.
if they don't have to come to get you, even you turning yourself in and saying, I need to give myself up. That doesn't help you.
And I guess this is Isaiah Bond. Like, hey, let's kind of get out in front of this thing as much as we can. And it's, I guess, better to come out now than a day before the draft.
Yes.
All of a sudden there are warrants out for me. But not ideal timing. And, this, who knows how much this will hurt him. But like you said, this clearly doesn't help Isaiah Bond. Now, I think you bring up a great point. Like, just look at the NFL right now and look at the NFL over the course of history. If you could play, they will find a spot for you.
Right.
And remember, it was around this time last year where T'Vondre Sweat got arrested for DWI. I think it was like April 7th. So just a couple of weeks before the draft, he got arrested, and we're thinking, oh my God, this dude's really going to fall. And you started looking
almost
at
like this is the time you need to be going in seclusion a month before,
Right. And you were like looking at mock drafts, and it's like, man, people think T'Vondre Sweat's going to be like a 4th round pick now. And now the questions about the weight got louder, and now you've got character questions and what's going to happen to him on draft weekend. Well, it didn't affect him at all. He ends up going 38th overall to Tennessee, which was kind of higher than anybody even had him projected before the DWI. So if you could play, they will look past it. And if teams think Isaiah Bond can play, which I'm sure multiple teams do, then his draft stock isn't going to be too affected by this, especially if his statement is accurate and, he is innocent in this case.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's just the word of somebody against the word of somebody else.
Yeah, that's what we've got right now. And we'll see if more details come out. I'm sure we will get more details coming out. But as of now, Bond was put in bonds until he posted bond to remove bond from bonds.
He's well bonded.
He is well bonded right now. So we'll see what happens there. But bad news for IB as now we sit 13 days away from the first round of the NFL draft. Hopefully more details that clear his name can come out between now and the 24th.
Yeah, that's about a month before the draft is probably about the time you need to go take a cruise somewhere and do or hit an island somewhere and just chill and fish. Fish and work out. How's that?
Fish and work out.
And make sure your ankle isn't turned around backwards.
I'd like to do one of those two things this weekend.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm good on the working out bit, but I'm cool with fishing.
That'd be cool with fishing. Right. It's going to be 90. It may be 90 degrees on Sunday, by the way. Might be in the 90s.
Okay, I lied saying it was going to be a springtime weekend.
No, it's going to be hot, dude. It was hot yesterday.
Can't complain too much about not having a spring because our winter was our spring this year.
Yes, it was. You're absolutely
once
right.
That happened, it's like, all right, we're going to get an early summer in Austin, Texas.
I'll say this. It has been the windiest 2 months I've ever been around this place.
Yeah.
And I'm looking out today, and I don't see any wind out there blowing around. I see all my trash cans are inside. I don't see anything that I've let loosely around the property up against the fence where it just got swung all over the place last night. So it looks like it's going to be a kind of calm day today.
Good. Yeah, it was toasty yesterday. You ain't lying. One more thing on Isaiah.
Fish sandwich today, ready to go.
Oh, where are you going today?
Going to Culver's.
There it is.
I saw a brand new one right by where we were yesterday.
Nice.
Right by Southside, there was a brand new Culver's right there. Right there,
Okay.
when you took that right to go off the feeder right into the place, they had a brand new one. Now, I'm not going all the way the hell up there. I got the one over here. I just like to go to see the olds like myself holding hands at lunch, getting ready to go back to the house and get themselves some. Get some and watch the Masters. Yeah.
Don't go in those bathrooms then.
No, I'm not going. I don't go. I know. I don't go. I'm a little
might
nervous
not
about
be able to make it home the way you're talking.
There are. They show some affection at Culver's. I like that a lot. The olds go to lunch. I don't know. It's like if you showed affection at Luby's, I'd be a little grossed out probably. At the Luby's, Culver's is like, you go, you sit, hand on hand, hey, we're having a nice lunch. We're having fish today, trying to go by the little Catholic law that we got going down. And then we'll go back home and just bang it out and watch the Masters. What a great day.
Is that kosher for the lentil season?
Banging it out?
Yeah.
I think so. I don't think there's anything against Fridays.
I guess you're eating fish twice on Fridays.
Oh, gee, I knew. I should have known that was coming.
Come on. I mean, you put it on a tee for me. What am I supposed to do? Walk away?
Oh, my goodness. Even you couldn't walk away from that one, could you?
No, of course I couldn't walk away from that one. That's, what am I, David Ruffin? I'm not walking away from love, guy.
By the way, I think I'm going to have some coleslaw with that fish today. Yeah.
There you go.
Because I had some great coleslaw yesterday. Thank you, Southside. That was delicious.
God, yeah, I can't get over that. And I'm pumped. Like right after the show, it's going to be barbecue for breakfast again for me.
Wow.
I still got some leftovers.
That chicken was fabulous too. I know people love their brisket and love their meat, but I'm a big chicken guy because, I don't do like fried chicken. I don't touch that. And I don't touch little wings and all that stuff. But their chicken, you could take that baby and peel it away, get a fork on it. I still have some of that left over. That was tasty. And they had turkey too.
Turkey was great. Yep. I'm a turkey guy, man. Some people are like, once a year on Thanksgiving, that's it. But I could eat turkey like that, like every week and be happy. And sometimes, man, I won't say the place, but a month or two ago, I went to like a restaurant that's regarded as one of the best barbecue restaurants in the state. And I got some of their turkey. I got a little bit of everything, of course, but I got some of
Is
their
there a place
turkey.
that you had to wait in line?
Place that I had to wait in line a little bit,
Uh,
but maybe not the place you're thinking of. But I
no.
had some of the turkey, and it was just dry and didn't have a lot of flavor. It was like the whole experience wasn't ruined because the rest of their meat was great and whatever. But like it feels like some places just don't really pay attention to the turkey because that's
That's
in
interesting.
Texas,
Yeah.
that's one of like the lesser ordered items when it comes to barbecue. People are getting their brisket, and if you got a beef rib, they're getting that and whatever. But and sausage obviously is high up on the list too. But I care about a place that cares about its turkey.
And
And
I'm the
South
same way with the chicken, the roast. I like to have my chicken done.
Yeah.
I don't need barbecue slapped across my chicken. I just well done chicken is really important for me when I go to a barbecue place because I have to have, along with the barbecue, I have to have some chicken. And boy,
Sure.
yesterday I brought that home. I got some for having some for breakfast this morning too.
Yeah, one last I'm with you on that. Shout out again, Southside Market and Barbecue in Leander. Go see them. One last Isaiah Bond thought, Buck, real quick.
Okay.
It's been a pretty rough 12 months for that dude. Like, I know he got paid a good amount of money to play football at the University of Texas, and he was a part of a really good football team. So, like, that's cool. But this guy, like, at this time last year, people thought he was going to be a first-round pick in this year's draft. And it was an up and down year. He dealt with injuries and wasn't great at the combine, right? Did all of that talking about how he's going to break Xavier Worthy's 40-yard dash record and then wasn't even close. And then now he turns himself in 2 weeks before the draft for a domestic assault allegation.
Yeah,
Like
there's room for improvement.
Yeah, I mean, that's bad. Like he could play. He's going to get drafted in a couple of weeks. He'll be fine. But man, like it has not been the most ideal 12 months leading up to the draft.
Yeah, it's been tough for him. But the most important thing, BK, is he gets that assault charge. If he's innocent, you don't want that. I mean, that's just got to be no. I didn't do it. It didn't happen. It didn't happen the way somebody else is saying it happened. So that's the most important thing for me would be, you know what? Yeah, it's nice to have a nice NFL career, but I can't have that over my head where I assaulted some female. That wouldn't work.
Yeah.
That's important. That should be the most important thing for him. You know, whether he gets to a team or not, if he can get to a free agent and be successful that way, but he can't. This one is one that'll stick with you for a long, long time if this is true.
That's well said. And good comment here from Steven. He's handling adversity before the big comeback.
Oh, yeah. That's the adversity you don't want right there.
No.
And there are a lot of things. There are a lot of bad dudes out there, but there's a lot of bad females out there that just can't wait to bring you down too. So this is a two-way street. You just want to be on the right side on the street in this deal, and you want your name cleared in something like this.
Yeah.
If it comes up just in passing, you don't want that hanging over you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have to turn yourself in, there's something going on.
Yeah, well, there are allegations and there are warrants apparently out for his arrest. So, yeah, not a great situation. Again, I don't want to rush to judgment here, but the point is, just not ideal timing for. I don't know if there is any ideal timing for something like
not
this.
For that one.
Definitely not right now. Quick check of the Coda text line. People keep saying we've gotten a few of these over the last few weeks. Bill Miller has an awesome codfish sandwich.
That's interesting.
It could be a spot worth checking out. Either you got 2 more weeks. Do you have to eat fish on Good Friday, or is Good Friday when it ends?
No, Good Friday's the last. I still have to have the fish.
So you got 2 more. You got today and next Friday. Then
we got a little bit. We got Palm Sunday coming up this Sunday. We get the palms.
I'm not familiar with that bit. Sorry for calling it a bit if that offends you.
No, it's from the palms, like the real palms. Yes, that gets. I remember going to Catholic church on Palm Sunday and bringing home palms. Never knew what I did with those palms when I was a kid. When I was an altar boy.
Like trees or like branches or
yeah, like the real palms. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I've never seen that in person, actually.
Huh.
I don't know that bit.
I need to, because I haven't gone to, I haven't been to, I go to this non-denominational church now. I wonder what Palm Sunday will be like. Do I get to bring the palms home and then do whatever I do with them?
They're going to have cedar instead of palms.
Maybe that's what it is.
Different tree.
Cedar, pieces of cedar wood. That'll be interesting.
Oh, tomorrow is the start of my least favorite Jewish holiday of the year, by the way. So I'll apologize to you right now if I'm in a bad mood next week.
What happens? What is this? Is this a fast coming up again?
It might as well be a fast. I actually prefer the fast over this one. This is Passover, which is the 8 days of no bread or no bread-like substance.
We can't have water though. We are having water and wine.
We can't have water. We can't have kosher for Passover wine, which limits our selection.
Is that only Mogen David or something?
Manischewitz.
Manischewitz, yes.
Manischewitz, Buck.
I've had that many occasion.
That's
12 cents a bottle.
There's no worse hangover in the world than a 12-cent bottle of Manischewitz hangover.
Wow.
You can get them
right
for pretty
about
cheap.
that.
But yeah,
that's adversity, brother.
That is, you're right. I will be. Hey, the Jews, when we were fleeing slavery, had to overcome adversity. So I guess that's my story. I got to fall in line with our tradition.
And you go 8 days?
8 days. Yep. 8 days. So it won't be fun because I really like bread because I'm a American citizen.
Right. There you go.
And I'm not a communist. And if someone told me to be gluten-free, I'd say shove it.
Yeah, I like those. I see it on everything now, gluten-free. Hey, good for you.
Look, it affects some people's stomachs to where they have to. It could affect mine, and I'd say, I don't care. I'll spend an extra 3 hours a day on the pod as long as I can eat my bread.
But I'm not going gluten-free, huh?
That's where I'm at.
I'm still candy-free.
Still candy-free. Good on you. You're getting there.
Doing a good job of that. So it's, believe me, and I saw Reese's Cup the other day that I wanted so desperately. Didn't do it.
That's torture. That's the
this
best
could be 3 years in a row that I've done it. If I got till next week, there'll be 3 years in a row that I've been successful in a row.
Just with lentil stuff, right? You've had different. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
You've done ice cream a couple of times, right?
I did back-to-back years of ice cream.
Okay, and then switched to candy.
Ice cream is not on the list. I'm having ice cream this.
Yeah, you gotta have some sweets, right? You got a sweet tooth. You can't go no sweets for 40 days. It's too much.
Ice cream is on the list, and that's because they put that ice cream place out here. Dadgummit. Amy's. They put an Amy's out here, Belterra. That's on them.
Nighty night.
Yeah, I like the way I see people there at 11:15. I'm like, you people are eating ice cream at 11:15. What are you doing? Have a lunch. And there I am sitting out there in the parking lot waiting for the place to open so I can get some ice cream.
Amy's is the GOAT, man. They don't need us to sponsor, but God, I'd love to get them on as a sponsor.
They are the GOAT. I mean, I was, for a long, long time when I first got here, it was all about the Bluebell for me because I'd eat pints of that Bluebell. I just loved it. Now I still have some Bluebell, but it's not my first go-to.
Listeria scared you off?
That shit didn't scare me. I was like, to me, that was like the fake news.
Didn't Def Leppard have a song called Listeria? Maybe a whole album?
I don't know. I didn't listen to Def Leppard. I was not a fan. Close as I got with the guys with Smoke on the Water, Deep Purple.
Very different, but
very different.
Well,
same kind of music, really.
Okay.
Real different was them and Grand Funk Railroad. That would be
okay. That's way more very different.
Yes.
That's very different, right?
But Deep
there.
Purple kind of close.
Okay. Listeria. Let me tell you, Listeria was not fake news because one of my best friends actually got it from Bluebell, and it
got
put
sick
him
as hell
on his ass.
What?
Yeah, like Mookie Betts, lost a bunch of weight and was out for a while, kind of thing. And he's back. It took him a few years to get back in. He doesn't live in Texas anymore, so it's harder to find where he's at. But it wrecked him for a while. So
I mean, I know it killed a couple people too. Did it not?
Didn't kill. Yeah, I think so. Thankfully, it didn't hit him that bad, but he was not great for a little bit. So that ain't no joke. That stuff.
No, I've never. And once again, I've never had food poisoning before. I've had some bad food that just made my stomach, but I've never had the real deal where you're on the pot every 2 seconds and you're throwing up, you're going out of both ends. I've never had that before. Generally, that would be just called a hangover for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then after a while, I just quit having hangovers. It didn't even bother me. I just wake up and go, let's go again. What time does the first drink start? What time is the show over with? I got to get a drink.
God bless. Can't believe you did that for as long as you did. And
long time, brother. Long time.
Thank God
long time without it now. Coming on 24.
Shout out to CB. Still hasn't had soda since before the surgery.
Yeah, CB, how about that?
That's good stuff right there. And thanks for being a member, CB. And thanks to my moms for being a member. Y'all can be members too. Appreciate our TSU members here on the YouTubes. All right, Buck, we got a wild NIL story out of Tennessee. We'll go to the fake UT for this one, and it's something that could really impact SEC football this fall. But before we get to that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
I did miss my relax the back chair yesterday. I'm telling you, everything was there yesterday. Was fantastic, but I did sit on that wood chair and my back hurt like a mother when I left. And I'll tell you what, my relaxed back chair this morning, feeling good. I sat in it yesterday as I watched golf, and you can get the same kind of comfort I get. If you have some discomfort with your shoulders, your neck, your thoracic, lumbar area, your hips, please go by Relax the Back. They've got something special just for you. And if it's not a full-blown chair, maybe zero gravity recliner or Tempur-Pedic pillows or mattresses, they've got all the accessories that'll help you out, and the people that you care about who talk about back pain and neck pain and everything else. Relax the Back has something for everyone. 2 locations, the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Speaking of pain-free, look what we got.
There you go. There's some pain-free right there. The grape, my favorite.
Your favorite. It's one of my favorites too. Love the Olipop. Love the classic grape flavor. It's one of my favorites, but hey, if you're not a grape soda fan, the good news is you've got 18 other choices to choose from. Olipop, great tasting soda that's actually good for you. This is different than any grape soda that you have ever had. Less than 50 calories. Less than 5 grams of sugar, and you've got 9 grams of fiber, plus other ingredients that help support good digestive health. Man, I hate eating healthy. I hate drinking healthy because all that food and drink tastes like crap. Well, Olipop found a way to give you the best of both worlds. It's something that tastes great, and it's something that's actually good for me, and it's something that's good for you as well. We drink it all the time on the show with good reason. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. Pick some up the next time you're at the grocery store. It doesn't matter. H-E-B, Whole Foods, Costco, Walmart, Target, wherever you go, you could shop Olipop.
You know what? I know this sounds silly, but being sober for 24 years is special. But being without drinking soda, BK, after for a long, long time, and then after I first started to be sober, I drank a lot of Coca-Colas on the golf course, like about 6 of them, that ice cold Coke. But being without all that sugar, and that's that hardcore sugar that goes right into your system, I can tell there's something different about how I felt a couple years ago than how I feel now. Without that Coke, because it wasn't that long ago that I still had a Coke every once in a while. But the Olipop, I mean, it's got that special flavor. But it's got that flavor without that sugar, and that sugar is a downer by afternoon. I know how that felt.
Yeah, you get that sugar rush for a little bit, and then you crash and burn after just a couple of hours.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
You don't get any of that with the Olipop. So
no.
It's good. It's good stuff right there. Shout out to Michael C. My favorite flavor is the Tropical Punch.
Wow.
And Eddie G says grape and apple crisp. Yeah, those are 2 great ones right there. And I don't know, maybe my mom is drinking this morning because I don't know what in the hell she's typing in over here. I got to do a welfare check on one of my parents.
What are all those letters?
I don't know. Maybe she put like a book on the keyboard or something, and it's just typing stuff in. Or maybe it's a cry for help. I'm going to see my mom tomorrow, driving down to Houston for Passover Seder.
You have to go after this. She may have to leave soon here. With all
I was about to say, I think you might have to leave right after 9 o'clock now.
You guys got a cat at the house and maybe messing with the phone or something on her keyboard, walking across?
A couple of dogs. Could be a dog.
Could be a
making
dog,
something
yes.
happen. Yeah,
Could be
who
the pet.
knows?
Could be the pet iguana.
Could be no, we're not weird, dude. I mean, we're not weird, but we're not that weird.
No pet iguanas.
No pet iguanas, no lizards, no
No birds.
snakes.
No exotic bird.
No, we're not much of a bird family.
I did that until I lived in a community that said, "Hey, get that stupid ass bird out of this apartment. It's too loud."
Yeah, you just don't.
I got a
need
parrot. I thought having a parrot was a cool thing until I took the parrot to my first till I took it to the apartment and it had to be covered all the time because anytime you take the cover off the thing,
Yeah.
that thing would start squawking and talking
Nope.
and saying all kinds of, I wanted that thing to say some of the dumbest shit. And it was starting to do that. But it squawked, it would drop an FU on you. I mean, this thing was, it was great.
Hang on. Maybe you're changing my opinion on pet birds.
Dude, but they're so loud. Their voices are so loud. And they had to be covered. I mean, if they're not covered, they squawk and talk.
What'd you say? Polly want a nut cheese.
Hey, shut the hell up, bird. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. I mean, really?
Oh my God. Yeah, no, like flying is meant.
By the way, I sold it back to the same place I bought it, and I lost about $150 on the bird.
What, birds like cars? As soon as you take them out of the lot, you lose the value?
I think it was about $800 back in the day for this bird. It was huge. It was one of these monster red, white, and blue American bird from some tropical paradise. And that thing was so loud. I went back and I said, "Would you buy it back?" And they said, "Yeah, here's how much we'll give you for it." And they probably sold it the next day for the same amount that I got originally,
How much did you pay for it originally?
Close to $800.
What?
Yes.
Oh my God, for a piece of shit bird?
Hey, people pay that kind of money for dogs. People pay thousands for a dog.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right.
I got my Great Pyrenees for like $300 and loved it.
If I ever get a dog, I think I'll be more team adopt versus the shop. But
Are you team adopt? Are you team adopt, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't have one. I can't say I'm team anything. But
I adopted a kid. I don't adopt pets.
Yeah, no, it's. By the way, today is National Pet Day for those of you curious.
Very nice.
So take care of your pets a little extra today if you've got them. But yeah, birds, like flying is meant for outside, dude. I don't want anything in my house or apartment that can fly.
In a cage?
In a cage, other animals go in cages, but yeah, like flying, that's not for here. Do that outside, please.
Yeah, I'll never make that mistake again.
Yeah, that's zero interest in the birds. All right. Report out of Tennessee, Buck. This is interesting. Okay. Pete Nakos of On 3 had this story yesterday. His report read, quote, Tennessee and quarterback Nico Iamaleava are in active contract negotiations ahead of the 2025 season. It is unclear if the negotiations will impact whether he enters the spring transfer portal, end quote. This is Tennessee's starting quarterback who is apparently in the middle of contract negotiations. I'm sure he's already making a ton of money, by the way. I'm sure he, is a 5-star kid, so he probably got paid a lot to go to Tennessee in the first place.
He's looking for more.
And I guess he's looking for more. The spring portal opens in 5 days. How crazy would this be if a starting quarterback from a team that made the playoff last year and a huge name and brand in Tennessee ends up hitting the portal because he's not happy with his NIL deals?
Yeah, I would say to him, too bad, kid. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to find another kid. Yeah, I know how important you are to this football team, but you're not going to hold me for hostage. That's not going to happen. You've already made some really good money. If we probably agreed on a deal, and now your people are coming back to me just before this portal opened, and you're threatening me. Sorry, I'm probably going to lose my job at Tennessee, but I'll have a certain number that we talked about, and if you try to go over that number and threatens to leave the team, then see ya. As a matter of fact, you need to go pack now before you even say another word. Why don't you go pack your shit up at the apartment and get out?
You can't do that, can you?
Yeah, you can. Most certainly can do that.
With the quarterback?
Yes, you most certainly can do that. with anybody on your football team, and if you're in charge of your football team, if you're the boss there, it's your team. And I know there's other bosses on that campus and other people that pay big money for this. But no, if you're the leader of a bunch of young men, you can't let them hold you up for hostage. You can't let them hold the whole team up for hostage because you want a little bit more and you're already making enough. Screw you.
What if Arch Manning – look, Arch Manning would never do that. That guy's getting his own NIL deals every other week. But let's just say he wasn't. What if Arch Manning did this at Texas? Are you saying the same thing?
Yes, I am.
Man.
I most certainly am saying the same thing because there's another quarterback right behind that I'll get prepared for the season. And if that quarterback then told me at the end of the year he had a good year, I talked to him and I said, well, here's what we have for your NIL this year. And then you just before the portal opened and you came back and tried to hold me up for hostage, and I don't know if I got anybody behind you, I'd say screw you too. I mean, certain times you got to put your foot down to this NIL deal stuff. You're making enough.
I mean,
when is enough enough?
I know. No, I know. I mean, this whole situation feels ridiculous, and it's another reason why this era of college sports that we're in is ridiculous. But, man, I mean, it's a quarterback from a playoff team, and you've got high hopes and expectations for this year, and he's a huge part of that. I mean, this guy's like top 10 in the Heisman odds next season. Can you risk letting him walk away?
Yeah, okay. If one of your alums knocked on the door and said, "I've got the money for this," then I'm not making a move. I'm not going to be the desperate one on the end of this as the coach. I'm going to say we had a deal. Here's what we talked about. This is what's happening here. Don't try to hold me up over the next 5 days before the portal opens. You and your agent threaten, because you're not threatening just me. You're threatening university and the team. I wouldn't let it happen. I wouldn't give in to that, BK. I just wouldn't do it. I'd probably lose my job. I'd be coaching somewhere else, but
That's the thing.
I would still sleep well enough.
I'm glad you said that because I was going to bring that up, right? Like, look, Josh Heupel's not on a hot seat right now.
Right.
Again, he's coming off of a great year, but, if he lets
somebody else would want him, and somebody, he could not do anything for a year. Guess what? He's going to be wanted the next year by somebody.
It's tough to get jobs like Tennessee. I know that's not quite blue blood, but that's a very good job in the SEC. Like, I don't, those jobs don't come around all that often.
He could end up going back to Oklahoma. What the hell? That guy won't be around long enough anyway.
Well, the question, yeah, that's interesting, right? Because Josh Heupel obviously played at Oklahoma back in the day. But the question is, like, how many teams would be chomping at the bit? We're licking our chickens here, right? Talking about Josh Heupel losing his job. But how many teams would be super willing and excited to hire a guy who lost his job because he couldn't handle NIL in the world of NIL? Like, if you're Oklahoma and you fire Brent Venables, it's like,
by the way, that quarterback's not going to have a problem getting to another school that will pay him.
Right, exactly. But that's the risk you run if you let Nico walk. Like, look, I thought he was fine last year. I don't think he was the main reason Tennessee had the success that they had, but obviously he was good enough to be a starting quarterback on a CFP team that went 10-2 in the SEC. Like, if you let him walk and he goes somewhere else and is awesome and you can't find your quarterback, then, yeah, that costs you your job, and that is not good for your program.
I can only kiss a kid's ass so long. 22, 21, 23-year-old kid. I can only kiss up to him so long before I have to say, no, that's enough. And then I got to make a stand for the rest of the players on my team because I got to show an example of this is as far as I'm going to go. You're not going to do that to me as the head coach because, I'm responsible for all of you guys. Yeah, I want to have success, but I can't let one guy because he's the quarterback or the star wide receiver walk over me because then that guy's not going to give me the kind of effort that I want on the team for everybody. I want everybody to be in the same boat. That guy's not in the same boat with us. He already makes enough money. He's already made it. He's already made enough money.
That's got to be the frustrating thing if you're a teammate of Nico's, right? Because that guy is making more money than anybody else on the roster. And then
he's going to walk because he's walking on all of us.
Right. Yeah. If you're the 5-star, like, forget the walk-ons. It's like if you're the 5-star receiver or defensive lineman, like, you're like, damn, like, that guy's asking for more. He's already got all of that, and that's not enough. Like, that's, you don't really want your quarterback doing that because that guy's supposed to be the leader of the team. But again, like that's the era of college sports that we are in right now. And this stuff happens all the time. It doesn't always get as public, and it doesn't
Right.
always involve names as big as Nico Iamaleava. But these contract negotiations, I mean, hell, Mike Gundy talked about it right before the start of last season. Remember, we played that cut on the show where he's
Yes.
like, this is getting ridiculous. I've got guys 2 weeks before the season starts asking for more money. And it's like, no, you're not getting that. But again, there's some risk involved.
You can have GMs all you want to on your staffs, but you are the head coach. You're the one that's in charge, truly. The GM is just an addition of what they've done. That GM can do a lot of things for you. He can take a lot of the burden off of you, but he can't take the ultimate burden of saying yes or no or get the hell out of here.
You're right.
That's
Yeah,
on you.
it's ultimately Heupel's decision, right? Like Heupel
Right.
can say, hey, GM, I really want this guy. You figure this out. Pay him
Correct.
whatever you got to pay him to keep him.
Yes.
Or Heupel could be like, nah, screw this guy. Like I
Right.
can win. I'm a quarterback. I'm a former quarterback. I'm a quarterback coach. I'm an offensive guy. Like I could find somebody else.
We had a deal. And all of a sudden this guy's going to change the deal because he feels like maybe he can get $600,000 more for the year. No, that's not a deal. You gave me a deal. You gave me your word. You know, your word at 19, 20 years old still means a lot as you're making money. It's just what you do to the rest of the team. It's just, I'd have a hard time handling it as the head coach with the other players that don't make that kind of money, you know, asking a lot of them and looking at them and going, and they're going to say, well, I see how you treat the guy that makes all the money. Treat him a little bit different than you treat me, you know? And I'm not saying that coaches don't treat people different. We treat everybody different, you know?
Sure.
So
But
I just wouldn't,
paychecks.
I wouldn't let a guy do that to me this time of the year before the portal. You can't come to me with your agent and say, okay, we'll talk a little bit, but you're not holding me up for hostage. That's not going to happen.
This is imagine 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, any amount of years ago.
It would have been, the guy would have just been gone. If you would even mention that to a head coach, you'd have been gone. He would have had somebody else that may not have been as near as good as you are, but somebody else would be quarterbacking the team.
Here's a quote from this story that just blows my mind. Quote, the Vols are trying to finalize a new contract before Saturday's orange-white spring game. End
How about
quote.
that?
That's for a player, by the way, not for a coach, obviously. This is for a player. The Vols are trying to finalize a new contract before Saturday's orange-white spring game.
Yeah, and in this day and age, I would be, if I'm the head coach and I'm meeting with this kid, every time I looked at that kid, I'd be going, you suck. I would. I mean, I know that's the way it is. That's the way things have changed. But I'd be in a competitive, you know, as a coach to player, and you've been a player before, and now you're a coach. I'd look at that kid and say, you're like a piece of crap. You know what I'm saying? To do this to me and put this even out in public.
That's the future for Nico at Tennessee, right? Like he gets a new contract and sticks around. Anytime he screws up at practice, he's like, the coaches have to be like, well, paying you all that extra money, you shouldn't be making those mistakes.
Yeah, and then that guy will quit on you somewhere down the line again. He'll feel like, you know what? I still got another 2 years. Somebody else will want me and pay me this money, coach. Hey, thanks, because you let me play and you end up paying this money and I've not done something the way you thought it should be done. I'll just move along to the next group.
Yeah, no, you could do this, you know, after the season, right? If he has another great year for Tennessee and the Vols have another great year, then he could do this same song and dance early in the off season. He could do it in the spring. He could do it whenever.
Somebody else will pay for that, you know. But those coaches have got to start, you know, grabbing themselves and saying, you know what, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to have this done to my program. And universities are going to have to start understanding that too.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, it's not unlimited money, right? Like obviously schools like Texas and Tennessee and Georgia and Bama, like they've got more resources than most, but it's not an unlimited pot of money that is out there right now. So you can't keep everybody happy with their financial requests.
So, you know, and guys like, you know, guys like Arch Manning, I mean, they're also, I don't even know anything about Nico. He could be the greatest kid in the world. But I know this: when you've had the opportunity and you're a good person, people will do good things for you, and companies will want you advertising their stuff. You know, you start putting people up and you know, holding them up for another couple $100,000, you'll see that stuff will backfire on you in the long run. It won't work. It won't work for you. People will start saying, "Nah, you're this. Nah, you're that." You don't want any of that. And some of them don't care. I mean,
No,
some of them. I mean, it's money.
get
They
your
don't care
money.
what you. A lot of people for money don't care what you think about them.
There's no guarantee that Nico's going to be an NFL quarterback. Now,
That's
look,
right.
former 5-star recruit, had a good year at Tennessee, so he could get to the league, but this
Dude,
might
they
be
could turn that guy's leg around backwards and him not
and this
near
might be
being.
his
There's a
best
lot of things can
opportunity.
happen in between.
Of course, this might be his best opportunity to get paid. And man, like college football is becoming the NBA where the players have the power. Like we have
Yeah.
gone total 180 on this thing because forever the student athletes had no power. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't even get food when they wanted to get food, let alone make money for their name, image, and likeness. And now they're doing stuff like this, and it's all happened in the span of like a half decade.
Yeah,
It's
dudes are getting $4 and
crazy.
$5 million out of high school.
Millions. Yeah, Michigan paid a kid 10 mil.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's not enough for you? I mean, that's not enough for if you got two parents or one parent to say, son, that's plenty. Go play football. You're good. You don't need another cent from them. I know they got a lot of money, but there's not one more penny that you need. You need to go play the sport that you love and enjoy it.
Right.
And by the way, you're going to go to school while you're there.
Yep. This is what's hurt the NBA, just giving the players all of the power that they have, and it's happening with college sports right now. Too.
I don't know if that's going to. I don't know. We keep thinking that it's going to be this dead end for college football. I don't know that some of these coaches are going to put their foot down and just go sorry. And I think the universities are going to start having some balls and going, hey, this is all we got for your guy, coach. Who is your backup? Who's the next guy? We understand you're going to be in a little bit of bind. I know we want to win. We can still win. You're still a good coach. Go get it done. But we can't let you have kids hold us up for ransom every year to the tune of $3, $4, $5 extra million.
Well, yeah, I think there are two obvious ways to fix. I don't want to call them simple because at this point, the cat might be too far outside of the box and the toothpaste might be too much outside of the tube. But I think two things you could do. Number one, you get to transfer one time. If your coach leaves, you get a second exception, but you get to transfer one time. So you can't every year go to your coach and be like, I'm transferring if you don't pay me. And then you transfer and then, you have this bidding war every single season.
Well, these kids now have the money, BK, to take all this stuff because everything ends up in court. Everything ends up in the courts now. So, but now they have the money if they've made it through 1 year to have some lawyers to go fight it in court. And you know how those battles go, when it starts getting political and they're getting them involved, damn. They look at the universities and say, you got a lot of money.
Yeah, they do. One-time transfer rule. And then this, NIL was not supposed to be pay for play. NIL was supposed to be you get endorsement deals with local advertisers around campus.
You go work.
Your Arch Manning, national advertisers, and you get paid for that. You do appearances, you sign autographs, you take pictures, whatever. That's how you get your money. Can we go back to that instead of, now we're just paying you to play money like you're a professional athlete?
Yeah, that's it. That's what it's turned into. You're absolutely right.
So I don't know. Again, I don't know if we're too far gone, but those two things right there, I think helps get a lot of the BBs back in the box. And
yeah, and the coach this may be the coach. He may just say, no, I'm not doing that. Good luck. Now, Tennessee people will be pissed. They know they've had some success, but he may be the guy that just says, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. You had to deal with us. You had to deal with this university, and I'm not paying you 1 cent more. I'm not looking for another extra $100,000 for you. You may be looking for another $2 million. It's not happening here.
He'll do it. He'll pay him.
He will? You think he'll fold underneath that? Well, because some fan will come out there that's got millions and millions and say, hey, listen, I'll pony that up. We got to keep this Tennessee fall thing going right now with this particular quarter. We have to do it. Yep. And guess what? There'll be another one right behind him and another one and another one. So
setting a precedent.
Yes, you are. Every time you do that, you're setting one. So
hey, speaking of ridiculous NIL news, Buck, how about this story out of the world of college basketball? This one involves an in-state school. Baylor transfer guard Rob Wright, who was one of the best freshmen in America this past season.
Yep.
He hit the portal a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, and he has reportedly signed with BYU and will visit their campus this weekend to make everything official. According to the Field of 68, Rob Wright recently signed a contract to remain at Baylor for more than $1 million. And after he signed that contract, he kept negotiating with other schools, or his agent at least kept negotiating with other schools. And apparently he has now signed a deal with BYU for $3 million.
Oh, okay, now I'm taking him to court.
There's nobody holding these players to these contracts right now.
Yeah, well, if you signed it, you put it on the dotted line. Now, instead of the universities going to court, I'm taking you to court.
Yeah, I don't know what the fine print in those contracts say. Maybe there's something that says, hey, once you sign, you literally cannot go anywhere else until at least next year.
Right.
But I don't know if that exists. So this guy signed 2 contracts at 2 different Christian schools, very different denominations of Christianity, by the way, Baylor and BYU, which is kind of
ironic. I don't know how you can sign 2 contracts and get that done.
In the span of like a week. He hits the portal looking for more money. Baylor's like, okay, we'll pony up. We need you back, please.
What about my non-compete?
And then the Mormons are like, come be a Latter-day Saint, baby. We got that Mormon money. We got that Joseph Smith money up here. You want that? Come here. And he's like, well, yeah, I'll take $3 million versus $1 million. Thank you very much. And it sounds like he signed with both schools.
Now that's why you need your commissioner to say, guess what? You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Sorry.
What are we doing here, man? Like how, what will happen next? I didn't think it could, like every time I think this is as far as we're going to go, it just gets more ridiculous. 2 contracts?
No, you got to just got to say no. You just got to say no. You're allowed to say no. You as the head coach, you as the university, you're allowed to say, no, we're not going to do that.
I think what,
and then I'm going to put it out to my fans why we can't do it. And here's the reason why we can't do it. And here's why we won't do it. So if I'm sorry, you may not get to where you think we're going to get. We're going to do our best. Our coaches are going to do their best, but we're not going to give in to an individual that does this to us. Sorry.
I mean, Baylor, I guess at this point, you got to let him go, right? Like, you don't want to get into a bidding war. As good as Rob Wright is, you don't want to, like, completely ruin all of your NIL for one player. But, yeah, I don't know if there's any legal recourse. I don't know what happens with this one. But
well, that's why you have to make it public as a school against these kids that do this to you, because that hurts you in recruiting the next one that an NIL deal has to come up with too. They'll say, oh, no, they don't act in good faith. No, you just got to let them know this is what happened. This is how this went down. And somebody along the way is going to have a decent agent, decent family, decent mom, dad, or whatever, and say, no, son, this is good. You've got a good deal here. You're not playing games with these people. You're going to go and abide by the contract, you know?
Yeah.
But if you just let it go and just let it go like it's, okay, the next guy will do it, the next guy don't say anything, you as a organization yourself, as a university, have to explain what just happened too. You can't let it just go blindly like, oh, we just screwed, the kid just made more money. Here's what happened. Here's how we negotiated with the kid, and he did this to us. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Maybe it was Baylor. Maybe Baylor leaked the story to the Field of 68, right? Like maybe that's how Jeff Goodman found out about it, and that's why he tweeted out about it. So
don't just leak it out; tell it. Don't be afraid to. Don't make it a leak deal. Everybody else makes it public. The kid makes it public when he decides he's going to leave you. Why don't you make it public? Don't be leaking out anything. Tell them what happened. Tell them exactly what this kid did to you, and then see. And you can only just be honest. Don't leak out shit. Let them know.
Scott Drew holds an emergency press conference in Waco. Explain
here's what the kid did to us. This is all I can do. The next kid that comes in here, I will deal with them in great faith, and we have a deal. We have a deal. Don't then go behind my back and start doing that, or go behind the university's back. Somebody's got to stand up to it. Or like you said, none of that toothpaste will get back in the tube, but you can have some balls yourself as the head of all that stuff, or the university head, and just say, no, we're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Sorry about it. I know our program may suffer, but you know what? There'll be another kid that really wants to do this for this amount. If we're talking about amounts now, because how much is enough? I'm like, wow.
You're born at the wrong time, Buck.
I would have never got that kind of money any damn way. I just been lucky to get an old used car at Boston and drive it around, you know.
Hey, it's better
And
than what you had.
I'd have been happy as hell to have it.
Happy as a clam.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't need much. I never thought they needed that much years ago, or just to say my parents got a chance to fly up and watch me play twice a year and stay at a hotel. That'd have been great. Now they didn't do anything for years and years. And now the players are like, wait a minute, the coaches are making this, the university's making this, the ADs are making this. I'm the product. And now they've taken over. They've taken over the prison. Well, they haven't taken it over yet. They haven't taken it over yet, but
they're on their way.
They're on their way. So somebody needs to put the stopper on it.
Hey, just send me some girls to my room, Rick Pitino. That's all I need. I don't need that money. I'll be okay.
I just think there's just come a time where you just say, nope, that's it. And it looks like Tennessee's at it right now with their starting quarterback.
They're gonna keep him. They're gonna pay him. They're gonna keep him. I'll eat my words if I'm wrong. I hope you're right. Like, I hope they don't. I hope they take your path and say, screw you, guy. We're not letting you do this to us. You're making enough already. You're making more than anybody else on the team. Hell, you're making more than I am as the head coach. Screw you. Go somewhere else. They'll pay you. We don't need you.
Yeah, I mean, and you don't make it a big deal. I mean, you don't have to make it a big deal. Just say we're separating from this person.
Yeah.
But then I'm telling you why, though. I'm not disclosing that. I'm going to disclose what happened. I'm not going to keep it quiet so he gets to go out and give the narrative to what happened. Oh, they screwed me. They said they were going to give me this much. They didn't. No, we gave you that much. You just wanted more, you greedy little pig.
Greedy little pig.
Yeah, I mean, quit being such greedy little pigs.
All right. We got a few more stories to get into today. Great NIL discussion there. Again, please feel free to be involved with the show. We got some fun stories to wrap some things up. Also, a Masters leaderboard update. And I'll give you some quick thoughts on Todd McShay's latest mock draft. But before any of that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, Pond Spring Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south for all your needs around your home. If you want that lawn to look beautiful, if you want the areas around your home with flowers, trees, plants to look great, you can get it done at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. Believe me, if you can't do it yourself, they'll send a contractor out there. They see them all day long. They'll send somebody out there, and it'll fit your budget and it'll fit your needs too. They'll know exactly what you need at your home, and depending on what part of the area that you live at. I love Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. I've been going there for almost 30 years now, and I love the job that they do. I'm one of those do-it-yourself guys. I go ahead and kill things myself, so I don't call in a contractor to screw up my yard. I screw it up for myself, and I love doing it. And those are the people I love doing it with. And right now you can get 10% off all your purchases up to $500 just by mentioning TSU. You can get it done. That's Leaf Landscape and Supply Company, folks.
Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
So our friends at Hat Creek Burger, over 25 locations in the state of Texas. I can't have one of those today. It's not my Hat Creek day on Friday. Can't do it. But I'll tell you what, last week when I had that double burger, BK, what's important to me is the bun. I love a good tasting bun, but the meat itself. There is a burger place that's been in this state for a long, long time, and people talk greatly about it. They've got their sauces and their mustard and their ketchups in stores all over the state and stuff. But the meat just, for some reason, it wasn't like right made to order. It didn't seem like. And there was something about that burger, the taste of the burger, that didn't hit me. The bun was fine. I love the condiments that go with it. But the meat is important when you're having a good burger. And Hat Creek Burger, they have got great quality meat. It always tastes good, whether it's the little hat or the double burger. The meat in between everything, the condiments and the bun tastes good. And I think that's important. Like I said, this is the burger place I went to, the night before I had the great meat, the great barbecue and stuff. I thought I would go to a place and I was going to have a good burger. Man, the meat just threw me off. Threw me off so much I had to go have I had to go to Dairy Queen and have myself some dessert. But I was really disappointed. But I'm never disappointed when I go to Hat Creek Burger for a meal, for a burger itself, because I'm looking for not only good buns and all the accessories, I'm looking for good meat, and they've got great meat at Hat Creek.
Yeah, you do love your meat.
Yes, I do. I mean, that's important. Isn't that important to you? I mean, I always, when I, back in the day, that flame burger at, the Burger King was important because I always liked the taste of the meat at Burger King. They always talked about flame broiled burger. It always tasted good to me. But I've gone to a place that everybody tells me how quality is, been around the state forever and ever. And I tasted the burger part of it. I was like, this doesn't taste all that good, you know?
Hat Creek's legit, man.
Yes, it is, man. It's delicious.
You might give me one today. Again, I can't have bread starting tomorrow night, so
you need to go ahead and get yourself some bread today.
I have to get me one more burger before Passover gets going.
Get yourself a loaf and make yourself some ham and cheese sandwiches too. There you go.
Very kosher. I like the way you think right there, my friend.
There you go. Get after that pig.
Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. Love Mike. We were texting back and forth yesterday. Great dude, big Longhorn fan, big TSU supporter. Or you might be thinking, okay, what does that mean for me? Well, you get to have good conversations with Mike. That's a good thing. But what Mike can do for you is he can renovate your home and turn it into something truly, truly special. So if you and the missus or the mister have been thinking about a new kitchen, a new bathroom, maybe adding some new life to your outdoor space, you're going outside for this warm weather and you're like, God, I wish I had a yard where I could hang out in and have people over and this, that, and the other. Well, that's where Mike can help you out. He and his team at McCall Custom Homes have been doing this for 4 decades here in Central Texas. They are custom home builders and renovators. And again, they can turn your Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Look at their 5-star reviews online and head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can check out the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40 years to get some ideas for your place and then, of course, start the process. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Patrick says when they have good meat, they always come back.
Yes, they love the meat.
Love
Chicks
the meat.
dig the long meat.
They always come back. Great.
Isn't that what Mark McGuire once said? Chicks
I
dig the
don't
long
think so.
meat.
It's about the long ball. Yeah, I don't know if it had about the long meat.
Oh, they want the long balls. They like the tees hanging low.
Oh my goodness!
I have that one right. All right.
Yeah, I gotta have something. I gotta have something besides. With my fish sandwich, I gotta have something besides the fries today. What is there? What's a good side to go with that? I know that the coleslaw I can have it, but what is a good side beside fries?
You know what they got at your place that you were talking about? That's a pretty unique side that you can't find too often in these parts.
Okay.
Cheese curds.
What?
They've got cheese curds at Culver's.
What the hell is a cheese? What the hell is that? Like a curveball?
It's not a
like a cheese puff, like cheese puffs. I can go buy cheese puffs.
It's like fried little. You've never had a cheese curd before?
I don't think so.
It's a very Midwestern thing. You lived in Illinois for a while.
I didn't eat anything but ribeyes there.
I mean, cheese curd, that's more of a Wisconsin thing, and Culver's is a Wisconsin-based joint, so that's a big part of why they sell it. But it's like, I don't know, a peanut-sized piece of like fried cheese.
These nuts? I got to have these nuts on Friday?
No nuts involved. I knew I should have picked something different, but like that's the size of it, basically. Almost the size of a cheese puff, I guess. But it's fried cheese, basically. Like a different kind of cheese. Not like a mozzarella stick. But, yeah.
I just don't want to walk around with my ass all binded up all day either. That's a lot of cheese. I can't.
What are you, a geisha? What do you mean bind it up?
Eating a lot of that cheese is going to get me all bound up inside there. No, I don't want my tubes all screwed up.
Well, then get some onion rings then if you're worried about that.
That good idea. I've not had onion rings. You know what? And I go in long stages. I haven't had onion rings in years. Not like, it's been a couple months. I haven't had a good onion rings. I bet you they have good onion rings there. Yeah. Good call. Good call on the rings.
Both of our CBs hitting you with the onion rings. You can get some tots. What about tater tots?
That's a French fry. That's some form of a French fry, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, it's potatoes. So
Yeah, I don't want to deal with potatoes. My wife baked me out a couple of weeks ago when I made it some nice redfish, and she had mashed potatoes done. And I got them from the farmer's market. You know, that great farmer's market that I go to, this week, last weekend when I went, they were having the track meet at Burger Center, and I had to walk a half mile to get to the damn farmer's market for some broccoli. Oh my goodness. But no, she gave me these wonderful mashed potatoes, and there's nothing like homemade mashed potatoes with some cream in there and stuff. Oh, she's made some great mashed potatoes. But with fish, I never had fish and mashed potato. It just seemed odd, but it wasn't
Really?
bad. It wasn't bad.
yeah, I mean, I love mashed potatoes, dude. That's like I love potatoes. I could never live in Ireland because of the famine that's going on. Like
It's
I
not going on anymore. They're good. Everything's good.
You sure?
Yeah, I think the famine's over with. I think they're good, and the snakes are not running wild either.
I got to double check that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I should have got myself a. I still haven't had the great grilled cheese sandwich yet. I'm talking about these Friday. I have not gone because I can't do it because you said I'm an adult and I'm not allowed to go in and say, "Hey, can I have a grilled cheese sandwich?" Somebody will say, "Where's your son at? Where's your daughter?" I'm like, "It's for me," and they'll say, "Get out."
Yeah.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid to do that since you made me feel so bad about that.
You can't order a kid's grilled cheese somewhere. There are like restaurants and food trucks that specialize in grilled cheese, which you can get those, but you can't go to a fast food joint and say, "Hey, give me the kids grilled cheese, please."
Or can I go to Jim's and order like a double grilled cheese just for me? Jim's, they don't give a shit. You can order anything you want.
Really?
Yeah, you can. They won't look at you sideways there. But I don't necessarily want to go there for my grill. There's got to be a place that has a really good grilled cheese. Now, I can do some fries with a grilled cheese sandwich, but I need 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. Only when they split that thing in half, I'm like, that's not enough.
What about yeah, exactly. It's just 2 pieces of bread and like a couple of
Yeah.
slices of cheese. That's not going to fill you up.
I can make that at my house. I should be making that at home anyway, except for I can't use the stove.
You can't use the stove. You got to get you like a panini press or something like that.
Oh, here comes. I'm waiting for Jay to say, well, you gave away the George Foreman grill. Rest in peace.
Oh, you're right. You did have one of those. You could have used the Foreman as a panini press.
Rest in peace, George. Sorry about that, George. You and that cheap-ass grill.
Yeah, that's a nice way for you to honor his life by giving away a gifted grill.
Oh, my goodness.
Way to go, Buck. All right. By the way, round 2 of the Masters is underway. And the leader after day 1, Justin Rose, is already on the course. He birdied number 2. So
you're kidding me? Rosie still got it going on.
He is through 3 holes. Now, yesterday he birdied 1, 2, and 3. Today he only birdied 2, but he is 1 under through 3 holes today, and he has extended his lead. He is now 8 under par and holds a 4-shot lead over Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig Oberg, and Corey Connors.
You think if he's up by 4 to 5 at the end of the day, he's going to go into Saturday and be okay, even if he loses a couple? Will they catch him on a Sunday if he's up by 3 at the Masters?
If they is Scotty Scheffler, then yeah.
Yes. Okay.
If they is like Tyrrell Hatton or Corey Connors, a guy who hasn't really done this before.
Or Rory. How about
not.
Rory? Can Rory catch him?
Rory will catch him, and then he'll like double bogey 16 with 3 holes left to choke it away. Like, that's the most surprising part about the Rory meltdown. It's not that he had it; it's the fact that it happened on Thursday and not Saturday or Sunday.
Yes.
Like, that's the confusing thing with what Rory did on the back 4 yesterday. But yeah, Justin Rose.
I'm not a big DeChambeau fan, but I think he makes the biggest jump today.
Okay, well, he's currently 5 back at 3 under par. He tees off at 9:15, so he'll be on the course pretty soon. Oberg tees off in about 4 minutes, so you'll be able to follow some of the guys in contention this morning. Scotty is this afternoon, as is Tyrrell Hatton. So it's a good mix of morning and afternoon tee times today. Should make for another great round of golf. But for those of you who don't pay for the streaming services or just don't like messing with them, the good news is you'll get to watch most of Scotty Scheffler's round on ESPN because, again, he's got that afternoon tee.
And then Saturday and Sunday, you got it all, right? I mean,
it's not all, but you get more on CBS on rounds 3 and 4 than you.
And definitely Sunday, they take less commercials, I believe.
They say that.
Yeah, how do they do that? How are you like doing less commercials? They pay way in advance. What are you leading up to it on that network that you're getting a lot of play? Is that what it is?
Maybe it's like the first 2 hours of coverage on Sunday, we're just going to get wrecked. And then hopefully when it's real good and you're into the back nine with the leaders,
When you're almost asleep, just before you fall asleep.
Yeah, come on, Jim Nance. Let's go.
Yeah,
Keep it going.
Yeah, no kidding.
Keep it going. You don't have a parade to go to in Houston or anything, so you're good to
go.
go.
Oh, they haven't said that to him yet?
I don't know.
He may get that Saturday.
Yeah, he'll get it at some point. I watched a lot. I didn't have a ton of sound on yesterday. I was listening to a lot of TSU stuff. So
maybe it's today because it was a week ago today. Was it not? Was that a Thursday that it happened in Houston or Saturday?
That was Monday, 3 days ago.
What am I talking about? No, that's right. They may get him. They wouldn't do that to him on a Sunday of the Masters.
Oh,
I'm
telling you, Dottie is getting warmed up.
Oh no.
Dottie's gonna roast.
They won't do. Everybody's telling me how great she is. They can replace Dottie, believe me.
Hey, here's what she's gonna say. Goodbye, friends, to your national championship.
No,
sorry
she
about
wouldn't
that.
do. She's too nice.
Yeah.
They can replace her with the basketball lady that I like. What's her name?
Beth Mowens?
No, not her. I like her too.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, the one that does the NBA. Yeah, does the NBA.
Oh, Doris Burke.
Doris Burke. They can replace her with Doris Burke on the out there on the course.
Doris knows golf.
Doris knows everything. She can officiate.
She's attractive or something. Is that what this is about? You're attracted to DB?
Come on, man. No, let her cook. Besides in the kitchen.
Yeah, nice women reference there, guy. Let her cook. Yeah, get away from basketball so you can go to the kitchen, Doris.
You mean I can't say that? That's a bad one to let her cook. Hey, they do it for Russell Wilson, so I can't say let Doris cook. That's not.
Well, Russell Wilson is cooking up like well-done steak. I mean, it's disaster, that guy. He's cooking up the worst meal you've ever had. So I don't want him cooking much anymore.
Do you have anything going on with the Longhorns? Anything? We don't have any NIL stories. We don't have anybody wanting more.
No NIL
anybody wanting
stories.
More toss sweep?
No. See, like I wasn't even thinking about that today. Now I'm thinking about it. Why? It's Friday, man. Almost done for the week. Like
more cowbell. It's like for UT, they need a T-shirt that says "More toss sweep." No more toss sweep.
God, I mean, if I'm Ohio State, like, look, that wasn't the championship game, and that moment wasn't as good for them as it was bad for Texas. Like, but if I'm Ohio State, I'm making a shirt to make fun of Texas.
Oh, you have to make a shirt up on that, don't you?
And I'm wearing it on August 30th when the Longhorns come to town.
Oh no!
Like I've got to. If it's not that play, it's the Jack Sawyer strip sack fumble 2 plays later.
And show the quarterback's head. Show the quarterback's head still in the helmet on the ground.
Yeah, like that's if you're Ohio State, and someone will do it. You've got to.
You think the Sooners would have had? How quick would the Sooners have had that done?
Oh, the T-shirt boys.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they would have been all over that one. Now they're losing Danny Stutzman to the NFL, so we'll see what happens with the future T-shirts in Norman, Oklahoma. Maybe if his NFL career doesn't pan out, he'll just go start a T-shirt company for them.
Yes.
And every time they beat Texas, they'll have something new hot off the press.
God, is he going to be a good NFL player too?
I can't stand that guy because he went to Oklahoma, but holy crap, I love his game. Like you can't not. He's just such an instinctual player.
How'd you like that guy on your team?
Yeah, it'd be tough. But look, I mean, I root for CeeDee Lamb now. Like that guy put us through hell for a couple of years at the Cotton Bowl. And, you root for laundry at times. So, Stutzman is annoying as hell. He's a pain in the ass, but he's a damn good player. And Texas fans would like Baker Mayfield, I think, is the most hated Sooner for a lot of Longhorn fans, especially under the age of like 35. You don't hate Baker Mayfield if he wasn't really good. So, like, Danny Stutzman, if he was some walk-on talking all this trash, you're like, Fanabla, buddy. Who cares what you got to say? But he's a good player. He is
Yes.
a good player for sure. All right, a couple of fun ones to end the show. Buck, today is, speaking of cheese, National Cheese Fondue Day.
I've got a fondue maker.
Did you
I
keep
kept
it?
that one. That's the one we kept.
Make some fondue today in honor of the holiday.
Cheese fondue? Yeah, because I can't have candy.
Can't
so
have
I can't
candy.
really have chocolate in it.
And you did just say you're worried about your innards getting binded like a geisha, so you wanted to avoid the cheese today.
Oh, I gotta avoid it. Yeah, I can't do the cheese. This is fish day.
And it's also National 8-Track Day.
Oh, I had one of those big suckers.
Yeah, what was the go-to 8-track for you back then?
I gotta believe it had to be Rare Earth. Dun 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 dun.
Ooh, I know that song.
Yeah. I was a Rare Earth guy. I mean, they only had one hit. That was about it. So I had a big 8-track, and then I went to cassettes because I bought those cassettes where you could buy like 10 of them for like 99 cents, and those people chased me down for like 8 years. Because once you ordered one, you were involved. Once one order came in, you were involved in that deal for like the rest of your life. They really actually chased me down, and I ended up having to paying for a couple of years of those stupid cassettes because they kept coming. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Don't send me anymore.
Was that the phone service bit?
Oh yeah, it was. I think I did this. There was something in a magazine that you mailed it off to, and that's how I started it. Because that's when I was in college. I had to learn about the birds and the bees through Cosmos. I learned a lot about women through like reading Cosmo. I did.
Really?
And so they always had these little things where you can get these cassettes, whatever. I sent it off. They mailed it back. I sent them 99 cents. And then I quit doing it. And then they started coming after me, collection agency. And then I got out of Boston College. Yeah, Columbia House. There it is, Jason. Columbia House. They chased me down. They got their money from me.
I've heard of this. I've heard this from a lot of people that I've worked with, but obviously it's before my time. So how did it work? You like mailed something in as a request to get albums or cassettes, and then they would just mail them to you and you paid by the month?
Dude, they wouldn't stop coming. They gave you for 99 cents, you like 4 of them to start. And then once you got your 4, you wanted to quit, and they just kept showing up. But you never sent the money back, because after the first time, it wasn't 99 cents anymore. It was like the regular price or a little bit more. And I'm like, okay, let me get the first offering at 99 cents, and then let me quit this shit. But like for 3 years straight, it just kept coming, and all kinds of different music. The band quit, the one that you wanted, they would just send you all kinds, like The Sound of Music. I was getting Julie Andrews shit. I'm like, I don't want this stuff. But it kept 12 CDs for.
Was that like the deal? That. That's a great deal.
It was a great deal to start, but they wouldn't stop.
Well, it's 1 penny a month. Why do you want them to
stop? No, it wasn't 1 penny. It was the initial fee was like 99 cents. I'm sure Rodney, I guarantee he tried to get in on that Columbia House deal, and then they started coming after him too, I bet.
Yeah, I did. Remember, I wanted to be a DJ at one point. So yeah, I did that. They send you like, I got to flip my camera. This looks weird. I got like 12 CDs.
Okay.
I think it was a penny. And then they would bill me every month and just send me random, whatever the thing was.
Right. When they send you random CDs.
And that shit went on forever. And they wouldn't stop. BK, they wouldn't stop.
I sent stuff saying, hey, stop it. I don't want to. It's like Fabletics, BK. It's like being in the membership deal. They won't let you stop once you're in.
Yeah. And it wasn't like these days where you can like pick up the phone and chat or whatever online. I mean, you like had to write letters. You had to do all these different things to try to, and they send your ass to collections.
Oh no. And they got nasty too. They got mean. No, they would send you to collections. And back in those days, man, collection people wouldn't stop. They would send you another letter. Like you said, you didn't have cell phones and all that stuff, but they wouldn't stop with the letters. They kept coming. Once I got back out of college, my mom back in Pennsylvania, she goes like, you never paid this thing? She said, it just keeps mounting up. I'm like, yeah, they keep sending me this shit. I don't want this anymore. She goes, well, you need to get that straight. I said, I've mailed to them and said, stop. She goes, and they wouldn't stop writing. This thing went on for years.
Ed McMahon.
The 12 that you got for a penny, you got to pick those. So it's like, okay, you pick all the ones you like. They show up, and then
they show a little picture of the CD, BK, with the band on it and their album and everything. They sent you. It looked great.
Yeah, it was like, and I don't know how they decided what they sent you, but maybe it was a little ethnically charged. I would get like a Tejano CD one weekend. What is this?
My wife just said, "Are you guys talking about Columbia Warehouse?"
There it is. Yeah, that was a scam. They scammed people, and I eventually paid them. I did. Once I got out of I got out of college. I think it's once I got my job at the Puerto Rican pool that I had enough money to pay the $12 for the 2 or 3 years. But I said, that's it. I can't do this anymore. These bills will show up, and they were showing up at my house. They were showing up at my place of business. It's like, how do they know where I'm working now? What is the deal with this place?
They could find you. They could find you.
They could find you. They had agents, BK.
Yeah. I opened that mailbox one month, and it was Los Tigres del Norte. I'm like, what?
That's great. That's a great group right there, Double
I
R.
know. I dug them. I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't use the CDs that they sent me, but yeah, I'm like, wow, this is
Rodney. I had my little CD case. I had that thing. I traveled. That thing was in my car. I mean, it was like a suitcase full of those things because I had so many of them. But I did not need Sound of Music. I didn't need all that kind of stuff. No. You know, I was like, I didn't order this one. How did they get this to me? I had everything from Columbia House.
Yeah.
That's way cheaper.
Rodgers and Hammerstein collection.
I had all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You could program a radio station with the shit they would send you because it was so many different things. So many different things. Columbia House.
Yeah. I told BK, I said when I got to college, you know, I had to read, I was getting Cosmo magazine to learn about women and what they liked and how I could try all kinds of different things on them because I couldn't use the moves that these nasty football players were doing on girls. They were getting punched in the head and told never to be spoken to again. I'd read Cosmo. I had a Cosmopolitan. I had a magazine subscription to Cosmo, and every month, dude, I'd be reading all these different maneuvers and here's what women like and
taking the quiz.
I did all that stuff. I learned a lot. And then my wife, who was in nursing school, had a book called My Body, Myself, and it was a nursing book, and it told you all about the human anatomy and women's anatomy and what buttons to touch and all that stuff. I'd be sitting there looking at her book and she's going, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm studying to be a nurse," you know? She'd go like, "Go get your Cosmo. You're not going to learn anything from this. You're too dumb for this one."
Real gentle touch.
But I would say that Cosmo magazine enhanced my ability when it came to sex when I got to college. It was, I mean, it had all the right theories. You just had to put them into play.
It would teach you
it would tell you about romanticizing women. You know, man, in college, you weren't romantic. You were just a pig, you know? You just had some beers. You had some beers and you got it going on. But there were things that they taught you about how to say things, what to say, you know, behind the ears, all kinds of touching maneuvers. I mean, I got all that stuff out of Cosmo. I mean, they had a professional doing that to people.
It's a race, and I'm going to win.
You put it behind the ear?
There was all kinds of stuff they had in there. Cosmo had something different all the time.
What do you mean, like pheromone? Like you put like some type of oil or something behind the ear?
They had all kinds of stuff. They had stuff about. I mean, there was one Cosmo that had, if you want to, you know, before they had the blue pill and all that stuff, there was this stuff that was makeup remover for women, Noxzema. That if you rubbed it on yourself, it was unbelievable what it would do to you. And I got to believe it still works, probably still works, but it was a makeup remover that didn't screw up anything. But for a guy, it would send you into a different world.
Do not try this at home.
Cool water worked pretty well. You put on cool water. That drove the women crazy.
Yeah, I was English leather guy. I smelled like a damn construction worker with that nasty ass English leather. That's what I wore back in the day.
Nice. I dated an older. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I dated an older woman one time when I was a young dude, and she made me learn how to tie a little cherry stem with my tongue.
Oh, really?
That's BS. You saw that out of Sex in the City, and that's where you.
I had to. She said, "You do it. You do it. Do it till you get it right." And
you got it right?
I got it right.
Can you get it right to this day with that, or have you forgot? Is it gone?
I don't know. I hadn't had a cherry in a while.
Oh my God. Yeah, whenever I think of cool water, I think of Bob Cole in the bathroom at the old place.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think of cool when I hear cool water, I think of Bob Cole's voice speaking to Zach Christodoulides. Zach, that just came out of my ass.
All right. On that note, I got a doctor's appointment in like 30 minutes. So I'm gonna
listen. Have a great weekend, guys. Be safe.
See you later, guys.
Happy Friday,
Later,
guys.
Right on.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful station of Texas Sports Unfiltered. On April 11th, year of our Lord 2025. My dude, how are you, good sir? If you are out and about, if you are mobile, hit us up on this Coda text line 512-222-9328. Follow us on our socials like you guys already do already. If you haven't done so, just give us that follow. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so, and get a part of this conversation. Good sir, how are you?
I'm doing good, but excuse me. Yeah, I say I'm doing good. I can't even talk.
Yeah, you're falling apart here.
Kind of dealing with all this. What's in the air, man?
I don't know. There's something there. It's in your neighborhood. Well, I guess it's in. We live in the same neighborhood, so I mean, yeah, you're dealing with it too. There's kind of like a little bit of a mist, haze, or I don't want to call it a funk. I don't know what the hell is out there, but there's some type of like a haze or a funk that's out there in our neighborhoods. Maybe there's some type of cedar, or maybe there's some type of I don't know, pollen that's kind of hitting us all right now. But there's something out there that's a little bit of nastiness.
That green shit is everywhere.
It is. You don't even try to wash your car, right?
I know.
It's going to be right back in about 6 hours.
Yeah.
I've just been. Matter of fact, since we're talking about a PSA. Seriously, just take the hose and rinse it off. Don't even take it to the car wash, or don't even waste the time of pulling out the bucket and rinsing it in your driveway yourself, because the trees are just going to blow the shit right back on there. So just spray it off with a hose. That's it. Go about your day. Just get the first yellow coat off. All right, and then the windshield wipers will do the rest.
I had to do some stuff yesterday, and I was going to have to be outside for a while. And like right when we were ending our show yesterday, because we were an hour early, right when we're getting done, I hear the dude next door fire up his lawnmower, and I'm like, that's great. I'm about to walk out.
Everywhere. Yep.
It was everywhere. So yeah, I don't know. And I've got to do an outdoor event in Houston this weekend. So
do you got
it's going to sound really good on Monday. Really good.
Do you have a blower? Do you got a lawn blower? Look, old man radio here. Hey, what kind of gear you got in your shed there?
Yeah. I do have one. I do have one. Yeah, but I don't know.
I have one too, but I never use it.
I don't either, man.
I usually just get everything, or I'll put a bag on the lawnmower and just chop everything up and suck everything up that way. Usually that's the way to go, or that's how I go about. Like even I will say this: the one time, as a matter of fact, I just used it yesterday too. The one time I will use it is after I get done edging or whatever, and I'll blow. Usually I try to edge first, right? That way all the trimmings and everything stay in the yard before, you mow the yard. If you mow the yard first and then you trim second, then all your trimmings are still out there and it doesn't get sucked up into the damn bag. So, minimize the damage or minimize the trash or waste or excess as much as you can. Trim first, mow second, and then blow and suck third, baby, for the cleanup.
Yeah, for the finale. But yeah, I hate to be that guy, but I think I'm going to start.
I think I edge every other week. Every other week is when I edge.
Yeah. I may
cut every week. Edge every other week.
I may have to become that truly old man and start wearing a mask outside, because it's like I come in and contacts are falling out.
I'm gonna remove your man card here. You say that again?
Come on, man.
So
come on, man. I got
come on, amigo. You do use a CPAP, so you get a pass. You get a pass. You get a pass.
I kind of do have a mask. So here's another PSA: if you have a CPAP, clean your hose, clean your chamber, clean your little pillow thing. I've got buddies where I'm like, yeah, I clean mine once a week. And they're like, oh, I've never cleaned mine. I've had it for 4 years. I'm like, dude,
that's disgusting. That's gross.
That's sick. That's
sick.
Gross. Change that.
Thankfully, I don't have a CPAP. Hopefully I'll never have to use a CPAP. But anyways,
it's good sleeping. It's good sleeping, buddy. Good sleeping.
Are you edgers or blowers? We edging first or we blowing first today on this Friday? What are we doing here?
Edging first really is
You
the
guys
way
are
to
going to
do
tell us
that.
a lot about yourselves today on this wonderful
Yeah.
series. You edging or blowing? Huh?
Yeah, give us your lawn, especially since it's like Masters weekend. You know, we're talking about how great Augusta looks and so forth. Let us know how you keep your lawn pristine and golf course.
Back into this damn tournament. I got in to sign up, but now I can't get back into the tournament to check the scores.
Yeah, because it's not like ESPN or it's not one of those kind of things. This is office pool something. So
it's different. It looks like an independent party or a third party, right?
I think the only way to do it.
So if you guys find a good way, or if you guys have found an easy way to get back into the site, please share it with me, because I do not know how to get back in.
I know what I did, Wags. I went back into the Twitter and I found where it was posted to sign up, and I clicked that, and it took me back there, and I think I set up an email and password, and I was able to access it.
Now, see, I did that, but I thought it was asking me to set up another account. Anyway, I'll figure it out after this. But yeah, I wanted to check out the standings going through one here. So if those of you guys that are in the contest and are listening to the show, do me a favor. See the contest results for us if you can, and then send us that result my way via Twitter, or Rodney's way via Twitter, or hell, just type it up in the chat channel if you're a fast typer, if you can do more than like 60 words a minute or whatever.
Yeah, and yeah, LB's right here. Don't pee in the golf course creeks. I mean, I just find a random spot. I just find a random spot, bushes or something, and go there. I don't do it in the water. I don't want to fuck with the aquifer, or any of that stuff, because that's what I was hearing in San Antonio the last weekend when I was down there. They were like this huge concern because there's two major aquifers over there, and they're wanting to build this big ass, badass new home thing, and they're worried about the Edwards Aquifer and some other aquifer and the Aquafina and the Aquacesta. So don't put any piss in the water system, because you may be consuming that at some point here. And please don't do it if you're in Williamson County, because that's where Wags and I are.
Yeah.
We don't
want
your
that
living
nugget. Well, now the people that don't like us know what to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
exactly. Well, like the dude, didn't we have that story the other day about the dude putting piss in the trash can?
What?
Wasn't that a BK story?
I remember that story. Yeah.
What the hell was that all about? Come on, man.
I had no clue. Where do you want to go? You want to touch a little bit on the Masters first, and then we'll get into everything else?
I actually sat there and watched.
You got some arch sound today? Is that what you said?
What's that?
You said we got some arch sound today,
we got some Arch Manning sound. It was the first availability of Arch Manning yesterday, and very, very confident, very composed dude.
Yeah.
Rightfully
so, right? Even with Wingo going down, or a little bit of an injury, he still sounds sounds like the man.
And then, of course, we have our top five overrated coaches. We will get to a little bit later.
Now, this is tough. I'm probably going to get dragged for this, right? I'm showing bias against one coach for some reason, and I don't know why. But we'll get. That's a little bit of a tease there.
Yeah, that's coming up after the bottom of the hour. We'll take you into the weekend with that. But yeah, the Masters yesterday, man. What was really cool for me to watch? Freddie Couples yesterday. Did you see my man?
That
my man,
Eagle soar.
Man,
how old is he? 60? What? 65?
5, 7, 6? Yeah, I'm like, look,
he's no longer dark hair. He's gray-haired Freddie Couples.
Yeah.
So when you look at the cap, there was some grayness to the head of hair right there. Freddie Couples.
Wags, are you like me? Because yesterday, as I was watching the Masters, I literally at one point went out and got my golf clubs out and moved them to the middle of the garage.
I didn't do that, but I did pick up a fucking club. Excuse my language. I did pick up a club like after I got done doing the lawn. And there's something about golf that associates you with the grass in your house, right? Or the plot that's in your backyard, right? Or maybe it's the fact that I was just seeing all the green that was in Georgia or all the green that was in Augusta, and I'm like, damn, man, you know what? I can smell the grass. You know what I mean? I can see, and then you walk out back and you just see the dust pit, right? That's in your backyard of Texas, and it ain't nothing like Augusta. And you're like, where's my Scots? Where's my damn Scots feed? Right? Trying to make this thing all, luscious and luxurious, like the damn dude from Game of Thrones that's on there. Feed your lawn, feed it. Or you know who I'm talking about? The Tormund from Game of Thrones with the redheaded Scottish dude or whatever. That's the Viking guy that's trying to get your lawn all green. Bring my grass to me, man. Get it green in my backyard. Anyways, I went out there. I associated the Masters with mowing the lawn and doing some backyard work, and I guess that's kind of why we went on blowers, edgers, and mowers today, right?
Yeah.
But then I put ESPN, put the Masters in while I was doing a little bit of yard work. Now I was doing some landscaping there. As you can hear the birds and hear a little bit of the stuff in the background. Pretty good. I wasn't watching a lot of the golf, but I was doing a little bit of yard work and listening to the Masters.
So funny story. A couple of years ago, I had a yard that was in really bad shape, and my neighbor next door, she has.
Is your yard in good shape? Seriously, start to interrupt, but I would really like to see your yard. And if you are doing your landscape, if you're doing your own landscaping, I'd love for you to come out here and give me some pointers, because we can't keep anything alive. That's the problem. Nothing stays alive.
Here's how it all worked out. So mine was in really bad shape, and there's a gentleman that comes next door and works on my neighbors, and hers is just unbelievable. So I went out there, was rapping with him one day. Rapping with him. That's a 80s.
How much does that shit cost? That's the thing. It's an arm and a leg.
So all the dead areas that I had, he I don't know where he gets the grass from. I don't care where he gets the grass from. He cut me a really good deal, and he came and filled and replaced everything that was dead. And
now, did he do?
The whole thing. Pulled it out, put the new shit down, patted it down, and gave me the very strict watering instructions. I broke every city of Round Rock watering law that there was.
So you went with like actual patches. You didn't go with seed. You didn't reseed it.
No. He actually went in and put pieces down, and then he did the backside, and on the backside we had one area that had kind of killed itself, or that I killed in a very weird way that looks like a putting green. And so we would refer to that as the putting green outside, because it was a circular part. And I went out and I put a little hole over there. I mean, I messed up his work, put a little hole. I'd go putt out there. But yeah, he came in and refurbished all of this stuff and brought it back to life. Dude's a super good guy. And when he said, "Do you care where I get the grass from?" I'm like, I don't know. Does it have a serial number? Or is Donald Trump going to come show up at my door or something?
He's probably thinking about if you got different blends of grass. And I'm getting nerdy here, but different types of blends in your grass. Like if you got to, we've started to go with Oregonian. Am I saying this right? Oregonian rye. Like Oregonian rye. It's from Oregon, like rye from Oregon, I guess. Ryegrass from Oregon. But it does well in the wintertime. It doesn't exactly die out in the summertime either. We haven't had it for the summertime yet, but it did well in the winter. It held firm. The dogs tend to like it, right? So we'll see. But back to my point, nothing tends to stay alive in the summertime.
Well, the other part is, so this dude was actually here a couple of days ago.
How much is your hydration? I'm sure you got a hydration system in your backyard now, right? Like you got sprinklers built into the. Okay, see,
we got
that's an arm and a leg too, Rodney.
Well, that was another good buddy deal. Like 15 years ago, I had a guy that I needed a sprinkler system. And that's the thing. I know a lot of guys like that. And he's like, "Oh, I'll get you one. Do you care where it comes from?" I'm like, "Dude, it's buried underground. I don't care where it comes from. As long as."
Well, if you got a guy like that, if you got a guy in your back pocket that don't care where it comes from, you send him my way. I don't give a shit where anything comes from, as long as it's in my house.
I'll send you my sprinkler guy and my grass guy, lawn grass.
I don't care where it comes from. I care where it's going. It's going here.
Absolutely. But so that dude was here the other day, and out front it's a little brown, and he's like, "Hey, I'm coming over to her house in 2 weeks. You want me to drop you a little bit of fertilizer in the front?" And he said, I'll just sprinkle it in there. You'll be green in about a week. I'm like, have at it. Lawn. Well, this is the lawn and garden show this morning.
That is the way to go. I mean, well, hell, man, it's a morning show. We talk about this. It's a morning show that talks mostly sports. There it is. Morning show that talks mostly sports. I'm actually, I'm looking for I'm actually looking for recommendations and looking for help here, man, because it would be nice. I mean, everybody wants that, or isn't that like a dude thing, right? You want to go out back, with your bare feet. You want to do some grounding and lay in the damn grass with the dogs, right?
Absolutely.
It's kind of what I want to do. I don't want to sit there and look at a damn patch of brown and dirt and everything. Hell, there's been the yard has been so bad most summers. It has almost enticed us or convinced us to go into debt and put a damn pool in the backyard just because we have nothing to look at.
Yeah. Well, and kind of the other part about it is it's one of those things to where like
also, it's like 120 here every damn summer too.
That's the thing, and when I totally understand about water conservation. But
sorry about that.
When you can't water, it's like okay, then you can hand water, but and the other thing about it is like what happens here is I mean people around me have really nice yards. So it's like I really don't want to be that guy.
My neighbor's yard's immaculate, and then my yard doesn't look bad, right? But it's like you put it next to this dude, and you're just like, God, we look like the bums on the street.
Yeah, this dude over here. Oh, it's not like he can hear me. This guy back here that lives on the other side of me. I mean, that dude's out there all the time. He's like, and it's an old dude, and he's like on his knees with scissors wags, trimming the bushes and shit. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're making me.
All right. Where do you want to go first?
Back to the Masters. So Scotty, Scotty's just like that.
He was my pick for tier one.
Yeah,
I'm sure he was most people's pick for tier one. Although I think BK went with Brooks Koepka, right? Who looked good during the par three. Looked good during Wednesday there. But yeah. Scott, what's Scotty at now? Scotty's tied for second. Rosie, how about Jay Rose? Now, look, let's not get too far ahead. Rose usually does this, right? He's notorious for coming out having decent leads in the Masters, and then he, never holding on to it. So, Justin Rose making a little bit of, well, I'd say some headlines because this is kind of what he's known for.
Yeah. That I wasn't really surprised about that. What I was surprised about yesterday. And kind of back to the Scotty thing, Scotty's he's like a silent killer. It's like when he has that day, what do they say? You can't win it on Thursday, but you can lose it on Thursday. And there's Scotty just kind of right there sitting. But what I was really surprised about yesterday was Rory. I mean, because you get to 15 and Rory had like kind of got himself up the leaderboard right there. And then he he steps on it, had a couple of doubles and I didn't think that would happen on Thursday, It's like to save that for later in the weekend is what I thought might happen with him. I think he's even par now, but he's got a little bit of work to do. That was a little surprising to me that happened on Thursday. But so they are off and rolling, and it's still Justin Rose up on top. Shot a really good round yesterday. Damn good round yesterday for Justin Rose. But on Thursday, he tends to do that. Oberg and Connors, and now
what do you had 65 yesterday? Is that what Justin had?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
65. Yeah. Scotty's sitting at 68, and then Scotty's at 2 right now, tied for 2 on the leaderboard with a handful of golfers.
Yeah.
Excuse me, with 3 golfers, with Connors and Aberg.
I've got to go to Texas Motor Speedway in May for work. And they called me from there a couple of days ago, and they're like, "Hey, we're doing a celebrity golf tournament where the sponsors can be in. Would you like to represent your company?" And I'm like, "Sure, whatever. It's a free round of golf on a Thursday."
Yeah. And why not? Why not? Yeah, right.
Yeah. They're like, we'll have you a team. I'm like, oh my God, I haven't picked up a golf club in like 3 years, so I'm going to be that.
So you guys are doing a scramble, and you hadn't played and. What have you gone? Have you hit a ball? How's your ball striking?
I don't know. I swung it a couple yesterday and missed them. So I guess.
All right, buddy. You got to get out there. You got to do your due diligence. You got to do your practice. You got to at least get your ball striking up to where you're not
at least hit it
swinging over the damn club, or you're not just trickling it down, or hitting Dicky out. Or do we still do dick outs? Are we still allowed to do that in today's day and age?
I'm sure you can't, but we are.
Do we still do that?
I don't know, but
no. Are you not like if you don't hit the ball past the ladies' tee? You know what I'm talking about? It's a dick out.
You take your dick out?
Yeah. Oh, man. You guys never heard that before?
I never heard that one before.
They call it a dick out. Yeah, if you can't hit it past ladies, it boom.
Man,
I mean, nobody. I don't know anybody that ever makes you do it, but yeah, that's what it's called.
Oh shit! I was going to say, if that's the case,
I
would know. I should know.
Anybody or expose myself on a golf course.
It's a bunch of dudes, It's just a bunch of guys hanging out,
Just a bunch of but just a bunch of guys being dudes.
Just a bunch of dudes. It's just locker room talk.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh my God, I don't know, but yeah.
What do you know? We talk about Justin Rose and we jinx him. Bogey for Justin Rose. That's what LB says.
There it is, right there. See what happens when your name is mentioned on Chaos Theory. It is the Hastings thing. Either you're going to mess up or you're going to die. One of the two. When your name rolls out of our mouth. Let's see, who do we not like? Hey, Jerry Jones, how you doing, buddy? Just kidding. Don't wish bad things on anyone. Yeah, so we'll roll on today. Man, it just looks beautiful out there. Yeah, there's Rose at -8. -8 right now as they continue to play along there at Augusta.
What is the temperature in Augusta right now? Is it muggy and hot and sweaty right now, or is it nice little breeze?
I don't
get that April spring vibe going there.
Yeah, flags aren't moving around. Flags aren't doing anything. I wonder
that looks like that. If there's no wind, that could be brutal. I mean, even in April's Georgia and that South Carolina heat, it can get pretty nasty.
The course
swampy.
Looks pretty stiff.
I'm thinking of Paris Island, right? And that's when I was in boot camp, is around the April, May, June time frame. Thank God I wasn't in like July and August. I can only imagine what the sand fleas would have been like then. But just that's a brutal swampy area to be doing a tournament or to be outside for an entire weekend or an entire day.
I heard him say yesterday that it was supposed to rain there a little bit, maybe overnight into the early morning. See if the course softens up a little bit. Looked a little stiff. I mean, it looks great. I mean, when I play golf, it doesn't matter if it's stiff, hard, or whatever.
I don't have that part of my game, that skill set of my game, to where I can put top spin or put back spin on the ball and make it come back and make it roll back to the hole.
Yeah.
A little bit of Masters talk. We'll keep you apprised and updated with what's going on on the leaderboard there as we go throughout the game or go throughout the show. We got about 28 more minutes left. Never knowing what the guys are going to be doing. But yeah, let's we got some Arch sound. You want to hear from Arch?
Yeah, Arch Manning. I guess it's kind of our first little preview at him. Obviously, we've heard from him before, but now hearing Arch Manning yesterday in his first media availability as the starting quarterback of the Texas Longhorns. Lots of different things in this cut that he talked about. He kind of talked about, that he wants to be here. I think they asked him about having to wait. Then he brings up Quinn Ewers, really nice words that he had to say about Quinn. And then
their relationship.
Yeah, just kind of talked about being a college athlete. Here's our Texas starting quarterback, Arch Manning.
It was tough. I mean, it's tough in this age, but I hope it pays off. Like I said, there's nowhere else I want to be. I want to be at Texas. I got friends here. Love this place, so I want to be the quarterback of the University of Texas. So sometimes it's worth the wait. He's just been so good to me over the years. It's probably pretty annoying having me as the backup, just with all the media stuff, but he handled it like a champ, and he was so good to me along the way. That's been tough. I think I have good people to lean on for that type of stuff. But like I said, I can't quit doing normal things. Like, I'm going to go eat dinner with my buddies and be a normal college kid. It was tough.
Yeah, there you go, Arch Manning. Yeah,
can you imagine the magnitude, or just trying to walk around outside of campus or just anywhere if you're Arch? Like, a regular Texas football player could probably do this and get away with it, right? And not have everybody hounding you or constantly being like, oh, that's Arch, or that's QB1. I wonder what it's like to be at a sports venue if you're Arch, just trying to take in a game. I remember I was real young, and I remember seeing Steve Blake at a Maryland football game. And Steve, like, for those of you guys that don't know, like, Steve Blake was the shit at like, he was amazing at Maryland, and he couldn't go anywhere. From what I remember, it was hard for him to go anywhere without having autographs or without having everybody on him. Like, he had some pretty good hype on College Park, right? So I remember just him looking miserable at a football game, not drunk. I mean, or assumed he wasn't drunk, but he was literally like trying to hide out, just trying to take in a damn game so that people couldn't harass, or I don't know if they were harassing him, but just couldn't, ask for an autograph is what I was assuming. And, I remember asking my dad, I was just like, what's wrong with him? Why does he look miserable? He's just like, he's trying to have a little moment of privacy, is what my father said. And that's when it realized, just like, Jesus, man, it's got to be cool to be big man on campus, but it also must suck. I can only imagine the magnitude that Arch has to deal with at Texas going through this every day. And like he said, he addressed in the comments, I'm going to be a regular college kid. Like, I'm not going to let this stop me. Like, I got friends here. I want to go party. I want to go have fun. I want to experience this, man. And good on him. Good for Arch kind of embracing this. And I love the remarks that he said about Quinn too, right? Like talking about their relationship and talking about how Quinn handled it like a champ. That does have to be it's got to be like the ultimate kick in the dick, right? To have Arch Manning as your backup, and you're still putting on some lights out performances as QB1 at Texas. And people are just like, well, what about Arch? Well, I mean, Quinn's great. When's Quinn going to the NFL? What about Arch, right? Like, that's got to get pretty damn annoying. And for Quinn, yeah, absolutely. He didn't just, took it like a pro, took it like a champ, to quote Arch.
And this is where I've developed such a respect and appreciation for Quinn as the last couple of seasons that have gone on with Arch coming in, because it's like, as soon as the season ended, it's like, okay, Quinn's time is done. And Quinn's kind of like, we were talking yesterday about when the Mavericks, when Luka came back, it was like, did he die or what? It's like Quinn is done, and it's like you don't even hear about him very much anymore. And then boom, Quinn does the thing where he's giving away toys and doing all the different things. I think that was a really good move for him to associate himself with that. But the fact to me that Arch addressed it himself just really shows everything that we've talked about for the last couple of years, to where everybody wanted a quarterback controversy and everybody talked about a quarterback controversy. And the three people that were most involved with said quarterback controversy didn't see a quarterback controversy, which were those two dudes and Steve Sarkisian. And that really drove that point home when I heard him say that. And the dude just oozes class and confidence. But the pressure, this dude's a Heisman favorite already, Wagsy, and he hadn't even,
I know, hadn't even taken a snap, right? Dean's best quarterback to come out of the draft, and he's not even like, that's just it. I saw a list of top returning quarterbacks for college football. And of course, like, Arch wasn't on there because Arch wasn't the starter. Right. Arch is still deemed like the top quarterback in the entire pool.
Yeah.
Which is just insane. And of course, I'm sure that's one of the main reasons why Texas is a heavy favorite for next season. So yeah, look, man, it's good right now. It's very good to be a Texas football fan, especially when your quarterback room is as solid as it is now. And look, man, the future's bright, and it's time for everybody waiting for the Arch Manning show. It's here. It is upon us, and let's embrace it, baby. But at least, hopefully, for 2 more years. So
yeah, and it sounds like, just from everything, obviously with his family. I don't care if you think that Peyton Manning's goofy or whatever. The Manning family, they are just, from Archie all the way down, they are just top notch. Everything about them is just the kind of people that you want to be. And this kid is groomed in the right way. Something that Sark talked about yesterday. I don't have this sound, but I found it on The Athletic this morning, where Sark was talking about now the transition with Arch and him coming in. And Sark said, quote, something that so one of the other things that he's working on, because he knows this is going to happen, quote, the boos are going to come here pretty soon too, Sark said. He kind of laughed about it. He said,
what does he mean? What does he mean by that?
He says, I love our fans. They love the backup quarterback, but they hate interceptions. So those are coming. It's like realistic expectations that, yeah, we know this dude should be really, really good, but there are going to be peaks and valleys as he learns this. So I think that having that mental preparedness, that be prepared, it's not going to be all roses all the time. I don't think he needs Sark helping him with this. I think he's groomed for this, but that will happen. That will happen.
So what is everybody's expectations, or realistic expectations, for Arch Manning? Like, he's supposed to come out here and throw a damn or touchdown every time he drops back? Like, is that what he meant by the boos are going to cut? Like,
I think I think probably what he means there is that there are probably going to be critical situations. There are going to be,
I'm sure, like I can deduce what he's saying, but I'm just like, I guess what I'm asking, what I'm really trying to pose here is are the expectations of Texas football fans really that Arch Manning is supposed to throw, a clean game every damn game, and not a hyperbolic touchdown every time he drops back, but I mean, at least, he's supposed to come out there and 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, maybe a 4 touchdown, 1 interception game. But is that literally the expectations for Longhorn fans for Arch Manning?
I think a lot of them probably do think that, Wags. I think a lot of people probably
I would say table that a little bit and temper your expectations. That's what I would say.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. And I think that let's see what happens in this first game. I mean, and it just so happens that your first game is against the national champions, now a rival of yours, if you want to call it that. So, you storm out of the box here. And if there's a mistake early on in the game, I'm curious to see. I mean, how long do we,
God forbid if Texas loses a game, right? If you're putting this much pressure on the dude already, right? Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. I mean, there's already the mindset where it's national championship or bust for a lot of people.
Honestly, that it does kind of feel like that, right?
Oh yeah.
Like after the success that you had, having a decent run into the playoff, right? You could honestly say it was a favorable run, but seriously, a decent run into this playoff here, kind of contesting and then going up against the Buckeyes. Look, man. I think the Longhorns have every damn fighting chance at being right back into this thing and competing for a national championship. I don't know how heavy of a favorite they are, but I would like to sit here and think that they're going to be one of the 4 in the Final Four.
Yeah, this is really Sarkisian's, in my opinion, Sarkisian's era here is really taking the path of Mac. We talk about Mac and everything that he did with winning championships. It didn't happen right away. It took a little bit of time. You had to go win a Rose Bowl. You had to beat Michigan. You had to do all these different things. You stumble, you fell, you got beat by Tech, all of these different things. I mean, it wasn't the immediate boom and you built and recruited and did everything as a different era back then. But it took 4 or 5 years. You remember, it was like run Greg Davis out of town, and then here comes Vince Young. Greg Davis, the best offensive coordinator we've ever seen. He didn't change anything. He just got a hyperbolic quarterback that was generational, which I'm assuming we think that's what you have now. So it kind of seems like we're heading down the same path. It seems like, but we'll see. That's why we play the game.
That is why we play the game. Hey, we got some NFL news too, right?
The man, the myth. The legend.
He's still doing it. Still getting paid.
Joe Flacco.
Here, I'm waiting for Aaron Rodgers news to come down the pipeline for the NFL, and Joe Flacco is still turning heads.
I wish he'd have signed with Pittsburgh.
Well, I mean, I think that is where we can go with this, right? Like Aaron Rodgers is going to Pittsburgh. Like when it's all said and done with, like this, all the pieces have fallen into place, and now, like, I guess the next directional pieces, or if you want to say the next little layers, are starting to fall in, and we're still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. But with everything going down, you'd like to think, all right, they just took a veteran backup, or I don't want to sit here and assume that Flacco is going to be the backup. But the veteran is there, the crafty veteran with the strong ass arm and can read defenses is there.
Yeah.
They bring in the rookie quarterback for this veteran to kind of bridge it together and kind of mentor. Is that what's going down here?
I think
and by the way, I don't know. I'm sorry to interrupt real quick, but there's been a lot of draft talk, and Shedeur Sanders has been just dominating. Of course, he's going to be dominating a lot of these sports shows, right? a lot of people are kind of along the same area that we are, right? They don't even know where he's going to go between 3 and 27 here. So it's not just Zerline, it's not just Daniel Jeremiah, it's not the heads at Texas Sports Unfiltered. There is a legit concern of wherever the hell Shedeur Sanders could fall here.
And you have to think that if Cincinnati or Cleveland was going to make the move there at for Shedeur Sanders, I mean, what better mentor do you want than that guy, Joe Flacco? I mean, that dude, the longevity and so productive, and he's going to teach him how to be a pro. When we talk about learning how to be a pro, I mean,
I think that you'd be better mentors than Joe Flacco, though, right?
I think for the game itself, but I think to learn how to be a pro, I mean, Joe Flacco. I mean, we say this, but hell, Joe Flacco's probably going in here saying, "Let me start."
Dude, 100%. He clearly wants to have the starting bill, but I mean, if you're Joe Flacco, you kind of got to know, like, sure, I'll come in, I'll take another paycheck to be a teacher, to be a mentor, and that's the thing too, right? Like we talk about, how good of a mentor Joe Flacco could be, or how we ask the question, just how good of a mentor he really is or could be. The dude's been collecting a paycheck. A steady, a decent steady paycheck in the NFL for a tenure now, right?
Yeah.
If you want to learn how to, just grab that bag and be able to contribute to an NFL team and be a professional quarterback, sure, Joe Flacco might be a good mentor to be around then. I need to actually walk that back and sit on that for a minute.
And I saw this deal, Wags. I think with incentives and everything included, I mean, it's a 1-year deal. He could make $13 million.
Not a bad payday.
That's not bad. That's not bad for a dude, but he's got a Super Bowl championship. He's got a good longevity. That's where, we talk about Colt with everything that Colt did and was able to endure
made
a lot.
Made a career on it, amigo. Made a career on being a backup.
Made a career being a backup. And Flacco's hit the ultimate, and now he's making a career coming back. I mean, comeback player of the year in 2023 with Cleveland. What if he does it again? Oh my God, that would be, an interesting name that I wonder why teams that have quarterback problems. I wonder if there have been any calls to Cincinnati, and again, Cincinnati is probably smart enough to know that they need to hold this dude. Remember when Jake Browning came in for Burrow? Jake Browning was
he put some stock onto his name too.
I thought that dude would have been worth a phone call to try to make a deal, but. The Bengals don't do a lot of good business, but I guess they've done a really good job not letting that guy get away. But that's a guy that I'd kind of forgotten about the other day, and I was like, what was that guy's name? Yeah, Jake Browning did a hell of a job. He's 4-3, filling in for Burrow. So, yeah, the legend
also had a pretty good slew of receivers to throw to, though, right?
That always helps.
When you have the weapons. A lot of possibilities.
Yeah, like your man Sam Darnold's about to figure out when he drops back in Seattle, he's going to be like, "Where's Justin Jefferson?"
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go that great for Sam up in Seattle.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be some sleepless nights in Seattle there for Sam. So,
Sam, hey, but he got his bag. Bag.
I mean, if that's what you were going for, buddy, congratulations, you did it. But you had a chance to make me even look like more of a mastermind here, and. I don't know. It doesn't really take a mastermind to figure out. You put somebody, with decent arm strength or superior arm strength and decent talent, and put them, around Addison, Justin Jefferson, and Hawkinson. You're going to have some success.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, your success.
Texas baseball, though. How about that?
Yeah. Hey, right quick before we do that, your success, new pre-owned car trucks or SUVs, one place to go, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Here's a quick word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Yeah, Texas baseball, Lexington, Kentucky, going on the road. Well, you got a couple of early games this weekend.
Yeah. How you feeling? You think series win? I feel like, right, is a decent prediction. But if we, we used to have this bit here on the show where we would do like the Friday predictions or the Friday forecast.
Yeah.
Are you feeling a sweep? Are you feeling a conference sweep here this weekend, or should we just be conservative with our pick and say that we'll get the series win?
I think it's going to be a sweep, and honestly, Wags, I mean, not to sound like I'm swinging my balls left and right, but I think you probably get another run rule in one of these 3 sets for Texas.
What are we up to now? 5 run rules?
I think it's 5 of them that you've had, and it's just, man, the confidence in this team, and they're just swinging, and they're playing every aspect, right? I mean, you've got home runs, you got small ball,
yep,
yeah, a lot of good defense. You're pitching. I mean, in Wiener, we trust. We love Wieners, whatever we want to say. We love Wiener. But you just have like the ultimate package right now in this club, and the confidence level is at maximum velocity. So, I mean, I don't see them losing a game. Sure.
I know we're on. I know we say pitching has ultimately been the crux, right? That we just can't get past. But if I remember, and I'm not trying to bring up or dig up the past, but if I remember going back to that regional game against A&M, I believe we had a chance to beat them in the latter part of the innings, right? We were up 1, I think, and then we had like 2 errors in the 7th inning or 8th inning or something like that, and that's why A&M actually came back and won that game. It wasn't the pitching, it wasn't poor pitching, it was errors, and then compiled with some pitching errors some bad pitches on top of the base runners that got on board because of the errors on in that inning. That's kind of what I remember. So I'm sure, bad pitching kind of ultimately, made us succumb to I guess the errors, but still, ultimately it was the bad defense.
Yeah, Kentucky in a bit of a skid right now. Losers of the last 3. So
yes, it is fantastic to have a designated, or a dedicated pitching coach. 100%.
Yeah. Only OU. I mean, OU's on a 4-game skid at the moment. Kentucky on a 3-game skid. So I just think that the confidence level right now, and as I look at the standings, just look at this with the SEC, Wags. You've got Arkansas's won 8 in a row. LSU's won 9 in a row, and Texas has won 4 in a row. It's like, dude, we're getting to the point right now where this is truly about to get. Vandy's won 5 in a row.
Vandy, I was gonna say, don't leave Vandy out.
Yeah, it's like, man, we're about to get to the point where this is kind of what we've been waiting for right here. And here's a little tune-up. And who's next? You want to talk about righting a very bad wrong next week? UTRGV. Woo, wasn't that a game the last time they? Man, no, I think it's a sweep, dude. I really think Texas sweeps the weekend yet again.
Okay, LB chiming in saying that Rory, I don't have the Masters on in the background right now, but Rory coming in on the start of round 2 with a birdie. Birdie on the second hole.
Yeah,
how about that, Mr. Who's got Rory in your selections here?
Yeah, so taking a look here, we're still DeChambeau at 3 back and 3rd. Connor said, so that's all. Rose is on the course now. Huh. Yeah.
When you give a Masters update, Rodney, you got to kind of whisper. You got to give me a sec. You got to give me. It doesn't have to be like a sex voice, but it's got to give me like whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Yeah. Hello, friends. Yeah, there he is.
You don't have to nance it. It's hard to nance, but you
just like doing that. The whole thing is, I did that the other day, and I'm doing.
Can you give me like a 10 p.m. type of voice where you're sultry and kind of coming over the radio?
My 10 p.m. voice is I'm slurring. I can't even put words together. That's not a voice you want to hear. 10 p.m. voice from old Double R over here.
My 10 p.m. voice is desperation and like, come on,
please. Well, that Van Halen song where he says, "Come on, baby."
Please.
Yeah. Finish what you started.
I'm an 80s baby, but
it was
and I do like Van Halen, but some of the songs that you bring out and throw in my I guess forte here is
from OU 812. Yeah, it was finish what you started. Hey, Wax, top 5.
Top five, absolutely. Top 5 overrated coaches, amigo. I will give you greens. Let's hear it.
I started with obvious, and then we don't like him anyway. Lincoln Riley. Come on, man.
Okay, I went basketball coaches.
Oh shit. I did coaches all. I did all coaches. No shit. Okay. Oh, that's okay. We'll figure it out. I got some basketball coaches on here, but I went Lincoln Riley, dude. It's like okay. I mean, what's all the hype here? I mean, you are where you can do the best. You leave Norman, you go to Southern California, and you still suck. Sorry, I just go Lincoln.
The dude. I'll say this: the dude can get a quarterback to the highest optimal spot of where he needs to be. The dude made Kyler Murray look like a superstar.
Mm-hmm. He did.
So maybe it's scheme, maybe it's play calling, but ultimately still not able to get over the hump.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the great Caleb Williams, or was great Caleb Williams, was another one, and took him with him. Not so much. Yeah, sorry about that, dude. I should have.
Oh, dude, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's my number 5. Lincoln.
Okay, so I have to add him to the list just because he hasn't won one. But we beat this guy up a lot. We beat him up so much. It is Rick Barnes. It's hard for me to call him overrated, right? Because he gets to the Sweet 16, right? And let me preface this. My list, it was hard for me to generate this list, and I know that most national pundits have this list, and I just don't I disagree with it, because it is we talk about how hard it is to win, and we talk about celebrating regional championships, right? But if you really want to break it down and say you're overrated, if you're not bringing home the actual hardware in itself, then sure, I guess I can agree with you that this is the list that we need to go with. I'm probably going to get dragged on one of the selections here because he's transformed a mid-major into a consistent winner, but it's a weak-ass conference, and you can't collect the hardware right coming out of it. But still, we'll break that down in just a little bit. But yeah, Rick Barnes, I hate to do it, Rick. I love you, buddy, but you're number 5 for my overrated coaches.
And see, kind of with overrated coaches in general, if you Google most overrated professional coaches, the first one that pops up is Mike Tomlin, and I absolutely do not agree with that. That dude has won a championship, and he's done a lot with less, with a good organization. I happen to think but he's also won a championship, so you can't put him on this list. I happen to think Bill Cowher's overrated. It took a long time for him to win that championship. When people talk about the greatness of Bill Cowher, I'm like, well, it's about fucking time he won a championship. He was there forever. So anyway, those dudes are left off. For me, the next one, and this is, and again, this is another football one, but this may not be popular. I happen to think Mike Ditka is an overrated head coach. This is that whole thing, kind of like the Barry Switzer. I mean, it's like, it's hard to not win with that, and Buddy Ryan and that defense, and Walter Payton.
No, I can see that. I can see that.
And then New Orleans. I mean, you give away the farm, and then, Ricky. We love Ricky. How'd that work out? I mean, just there's a lot of.
I honestly thought that relationship with Ricky Williams was pretty damn good. Like the respect that Ditka had. I mean, and ultimately, I think it was Ricky's. It was the way that Ricky Williams handled himself with the contract there, right? Like all the hype coming out for Ricky Williams coming out of his rookie year, and then for him to sit there and say, "Actually, hold on, I'll earn my pay," right? Like, let's not give me a crazy type of running or contract here. Let me earn this. I think that honestly, like, won him over in the locker room completely. And it allowed Ditka to kind of embrace the new age type of football player or new age type of athlete that he was trying to, I guess, connect with. Because I mean, Dick is an old school guy, right?
Absolutely.
And Ricky's thought process was probably like, I'm in the Himalayas, motherfucker. Let's go, bro.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean?
And like with Ricky, I mean, look what Ricky ended up doing. I mean,
Sure,
Ricky's one of the
yeah.
greatest stories in my opinion with the way that his
just
career
adventures
ended up.
traveled 100%. Just
Yeah.
just all over the place, man.
Yeah. So that's my
so number 4 for me. And since we're on that whole Rick Barnes era, and we're saying all this about guys that don't exactly win with the right amount of talent that is around him there, and people have already got to my number 3 already, but I think I gotta go with John Calipari, right? Or John Calipari. Look, he's got one natty. He's collected a national championship, but the amount of talent that has come through that locker room at Kentucky, like he should. It's hard for me to sit here and say that a coach should have a handful of championships based off the talent that comes through there. But I think Kentucky is a school that you could get away with that hypothetical, right? Just with all the NFL, or not NFL, with all the NBA pros that are in the association right now, and that have come up through his what do you want to call it, the tenure that he was at Kentucky there. But I mean, you'd like to think that he would be able to capture more than just one. For me, Calipari is like the McCarthy of the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Or the McCarthy of college basketball.
Yeah. Good call there.
It's tough because he's got a natty, right? It's tough for me to do that, but he's he's so overhyped, and I can't wait to see what he can do with Arkansas. Like this postseason run that he had with Arkansas was pretty magical, right? Like was able to put that together. I mean, Arkansas was at the bottom of the SEC when this thing actually started kicking up, and then he was able to make some magic happen. So
absolutely. Quickly, number 3, I went to the world of baseball. Our man Buck Showalter. It's like never a World Series. Never a World
You're right, though. You're killing me.
And the bad thing, Wags, it's like he leaves and they go to the World Series. It's like, come on, man.
You're talking about with the Yankees, right?
Yeah.
When he was with the Yankees?
Yeah. It's like he's out the door and boom. But hey, I love listening to the guy. I love to hear him break down baseball and X's and O's and whatever you want to call. But it's like, dude, never. I mean, I hate it. I hate it because I like the guy, but I got to put our man Buck, not Godbolt. He's a great coach. Buck Showalter, number 3 on my list this time around. And I know that's one of your dudes, but I'm sorry.
Number 3 on my list. I got to walk this back. I wish I could. Let me rephrase that. I wish I could walk this back. Honestly, number 4, I got out of order. As a matter of fact, Billy Donovan was my number 4. Calipari was my number 3. So Billy Donovan is right here. Just the amount of talent that he also had at Florida that was coming through with that program, and just I guess the shortcomings for Billy Donovan. Although, again, we got hardware to talk about with Billy. Still just being able to underperform with Florida here. Billy Donovan, number 3 actually number 4, but he's going to go down as number 3. So in all actuality, Billy Donovan was number 4, and then Cal was 3.
Yeah. I got you. Okay. Number 2 for me. Number 2. Back to the world of college football. Our man, Southern Twang himself, Brian Kelly. It's like, come on. I mean, time after time. Here's Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly is so great with LSU. He's going to do this. With Notre Dame, he's going to do this. He still ain't done shit. Brian Kelly. Not a fan.
Right.
Not a fan of the guy. Just not a fan of that guy.
All right, we're running out of time. Let me get up with this real quick.
I bet our number 1 is the same.
If it's it probably is. Mark Few, this is probably the one that I'm going to get dragged on. Right, Mark Few from Gonzaga. Again, Gonzaga. I understand that Gonzaga they were a mid-major, they weren't anything, and then these past 20 years, it seems they've just transformed into an absolute juggernaut and competitor, right? Well, let's pump the brakes for a minute. They're in the West Coast Conference. St. Mary's might be the only team that rivals them in recent years, right? Usually it's just been Gonzaga thumping and getting out of the West Coast Conference and kind of dominating, right? If I'm going to have Billy Donovan on my list, and honestly, like, Billy Donovan should be 5 because Billy Donovan's got multiple hardware. If we have to give these coaches an overrated type of, I guess, mantra, I'd have to think that Mark Few's there, just because of, I think, the recruits that you're able to pull being at Gonzaga, and then the way that you're underperforming you're getting to the Final Four consistently to the Sweet 16, consistently to the 8, and consistently to the 4, but you're not collecting hardware.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculously overcritical, but if this is the rubric that we're grading people on, then Mark Few overperforming, or overrated.
Yeah. And number one for me, and it is basketball. I think everybody's probably going to figure this out. Just keeps getting job after job. We
don't know how it is. Like, is it Shaka? Is yours Shaka?
No,
mine's Shaka.
Mine is, what's up, Doc? Rivers. Doc.
Oh, see, I went strictly all college basketball here. So.
Oh yeah. I was just everything. I was even looking for hockey guys, but
no. See, I thought we were going with college basketball based off of March Madness,
the tournament. So. Yeah, and that's why I should have asked. Anyway, well, that's all right. We covered the spectrum. We covered Shaka. So you didn't want him to come back to Texas.
No, I mean, it's like he just underperforms, right? Like, and also it's an X's and O's thing for me too, right? There's been so many situations where there have been games that have been lost, Rodney, lost by 1 point or 2 points, or just a 1 possession game that you could have drawn something up, or you could have had something worked out better off of an inbound, or off of a timeout, or your lack of utilizing your timeouts. Right.
Yeah.
In certain critical situations, there's just things where I feel like the game or the moment is bigger than Shaka Smart, and he can't handle, which is weird because when he was at VCU and he created that mantra of havoc basketball, right? Because he was able to seize those moments. Maybe the spot. It's weird to say this, but maybe the spotlight's just too big in certain situations for Shaka Smart.
Well, and that's where, I'm
not burned.
Well, as this last Texas basketball season was going on, and we talked about, because
100%. Torts has great offense, but he is usually he's very overrated.
You think about Rodney Terry, a lot of what you just kind of characterized right there with Shaka. I mean, that was what we saw with Rodney Terry, and you could go with Rodney Terry in those situations. But Shaka Smart has continually done this, where Rodney Terry in his first little soiree here, that's what we were seeing. So anyway, it wasn't solely Rodney Terry. So I guess that's just one last little defense for me of Rodney Terry, because, hey, I'm a fan of that guy, and I like him. He's all right. He's a good dude.
All right, well, that concludes our top 5. Rodney did coaches. I did college coaches here. Nick Harris and Jordan Scruggs. What's up? Happy Friday, gents. How are we?
What's up, fellas? How are y'all? Doing great here.
Good, man.
Doing good.
What's on the agenda? What's on the slate today, guys?
I don't know.
All right.
Our host doesn't know.
Intrigued. I love it.
Of different things. I do want to talk about some interesting stuff going on over at Tennessee. But I don't know, a lot of different ways we can go into it. Probably a fair amount of Cowboys talk as well. But yeah, first thing I noticed was CB's comment on Brian Kelly, and I never thought this, but it does make sense that Brian Kelly looks like he's constantly constipated on the sideline.
Kind of does, doesn't he? Kind of does.
Yeah. Not great. I don't know. I mean, under the stress he's in to fake an accent in the South and win ball games at LSU where he doesn't fit in, I might be constipated as well. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. No telling what he has up his ass at this point with everything.
How are we feeling about this weekend for Texas baseball, guys? Are we confident enough to call a sweep, or are we just going to sit here and lay up?
It's kind of a trap series in a way, So you're going to a really tough place to play. It's a team that was hosting a regional last year, was a top 4 seed. So this is not a slouch team. There's no slouch in the SEC right now. So it's kind of a trap series, in my opinion.
So Nick's sitting here saying that we probably won't come out with the sweep, but is there a possibility that we could series win?
I think series win is definitely in play, but you just hope they don't come out flat these first couple of games.
Right. Friday forecast, I'm calling a sweep.
There you go. Right there with you, buddy. Right
Homer, baby. You can't go wrong with being a homer. Yeah. All right, gents, I'm going to get out of your all's hair. Y'all be good, man.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
We'll see ya. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Why don't we start with this, with Jake Bayless's comment? Because I don't think Will and I did not talk about the Lakers at Mavericks game on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
But you were there. You just, use your Fort Worth Star Telegram abilities to get that credential. Just walk me through the night. What was it like being up there?
Yeah, well, I kind of start with like Monday. Well, I'll start with the day after the trade. So the night it happened, obviously it happened at like 11 p.m., right? What's up, CB? I was already asleep. And one of the rare moments where I was asleep by 11 p.m. on a Saturday, woke up the next morning at like 7:30 and saw everything. And within like 15 minutes, I bought a ticket because I was like, if I either want to A, make some money, or B, go to the game, right? And so it got to like Monday, and at Star Telegram, we were kind of discussing like some options about content and things like that. And I was like, I could get a credential and then sell that ticket. And so I was able to score a credential like Wednesday afternoon. And I had posted my ticket, and I ended up making like $150 on it. So it was a big W for your boy. But
you just bought one individual ticket?
There's one individual ticket, like in the third, in like 326, and I made $150 off of it. It's cheese.
What do you sell it on?
Ticketmaster. Yeah, but anyway, went to the game, and my responsibility really was to like get fan perspective, and I wanted to write a fan story just because this story is as much about the fan base as it is Luka Doncic, and I wanted to get a good opinion of that. And I'll get into a little bit of that later, but the game itself, easily one of the most unique, crazy, strange experiences I've ever had covering a sporting event. I'll never cover anything like it, just because they were cheering every time down the court. They're cheering when Luka scored. They were cheering when the Mavs scored. Every time Luka touched the ball, the whole crowd was just, coming unglued. So it was a strange game. And then Luka went off for 45, and he got a standing ovation when he got checked out. It was just, you would have thought you were in Crypto.com arena. Like it was wild. And the tribute video, chills down my body whenever that tribute video was playing, and then they show him and he's crying, and LeBron gives him the big hug. It was crazy. It was really crazy. But I talked to a few fans outside of the arena, and I felt like I wrote a really good story off of it just based on what they gave me. I talked to this one family that I want to highlight. They're from Slovenia, and they live in Dubai right now. So the dad is like this rich pilot or whatever. I could tell they had money out the ass. And I was talking to the dad, and he was like, yeah, Luka Doncic is our hero. Like, we don't have sports heroes out of Slovenia. Like, we have Luka, and that's it. And so whenever Luka made it to the NBA, like, we would make multiple trips to Dallas every year to see Luka and to sit close to the bench so we could, get an autograph by Luka or get a picture with Luka or anything like that. And he's like, and we really grew attached to the city of Dallas. Like, Dallas was like our second home. Like, our only vacations that we would take consistently were to Dallas. And Yeah, Goran Dragic. He's like, what about me? What the hell?
Man, Goran Dragic. Hey, if
Yeah.
we need to fill time at the end, we're just gonna name random NBA players from the 2010s.
Oh, I'm so down. But they have to have the last name Itch.
Yeah, that's Dragic is a name I haven't heard in a minute. Real ones know his brother was in the league too.
Yeah, Zoran Dragic.
Yeah.
Anyway, and as he was discussing, like, this is probably gonna be the last time I come to Dallas. He had tears in his eyes, like he had a tear coming down his eye. And I was like, it's not that serious, big dog, but I'll take it, And,
Are you like? Have y'all never been to Los Angeles before?
Yeah, I was like, I mean, Dallas is cool, but like, anyway, and as he was explaining, he was like, this is the last time we'll probably come to Dallas. Like, we have no reason to come here anymore. And it was wild. It was really crazy just to kind of get various fan perspective on everything. And it's a lot like grief, like Luka Doncic not being a Maverick anymore, and it's still unfathomable. Like I see that game and I walk out of that arena, and then I wake up the next morning. I'm like, how is Luka still a Laker? Like how did this happen? And I think most of the fan base still feels the same way. I'm not a Mavericks fan, but I can sympathize with Mavericks fans just based on everything that has happened. It's a strange place to be in. I'd hate to be a Mavericks fan right now because that organization is treating them like shit. So. But yeah, it was a very unique, fun, really cool experience, and I got to see LeBron like 3 feet away from me, which was really cool. So,
yeah, he saw on your, I think it was Instagram story, he almost got hit by a golf cart in the.
He almost got hit by a golf cart in the tunnel. I was like, yo.
Yeah. No, it is fascinating. So what were the chants like? Because I saw like bits and pieces of the game, but I was working on some stuff on Wednesday night, so didn't really get to watch it. But like what were the chants kind of like? And like they didn't show Nico on the jumbotron or anything, did they?
No, absolutely not. But he was. So they have like a tunnel like in mid court, and he was standing like in the tunnel, so like where he could see the game. But he had like a security officer behind him, and then he had somebody like random in front of him. But you could see him, and he could see everybody too, And there was probably 10 to 15 fire Nico chants throughout the game, and every time Luka was at the free throw line, fire Nico, or it was MVP. And the loudest fire Nico chant was when they checked Luka out of the game. 45 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals. The game was in hand, and it was the loudest fire Nico chant of the entire night. And it was wild. And I posted that clip, and it's done some good numbers on Twitter. It's just I think it's a perfect encapsulation of just the shit show that he created and that this ownership group created. There was a rumor that before the game that Nico was not even going to be there, and that was like, wow. And I was asking fans about that. I was like, apparently a rumor is that Nico Harrison might not be here tonight. What would that mean if that, did happen? And they were like, chicken shit, coward, and all kinds of stuff. But he ended up showing up. It's unreal. Has anyone ever made a GM decision as poor as that one? Because you can't compare it to Babe Ruth because like they didn't really have GMs back then. Like, yes, they had decision makers, but like the Red Sox, like they were never going to pay him, so that it makes sense to trade him. Like they didn't physically have the money to pay him, so it would make sense to trade him in that sense. I guess back in 1919 or whenever that happened. But like Mavericks aren't starved for money. Like they could have paid Luka Doncic. It was just that they didn't want to. Like they didn't see him as worth it. So I don't think there's been a GM decision as bad as that one in sports history.
Did you happen to be part of the media scrum? I couldn't tell if it was before the game or after the game. But when Jason Kidd said, that he thinks it's cool that the whole Luka trade is being compared to the Babe Ruth trade, and like everyone is like, brother, do you realize y'all are the Red Sox in this situation?
Exactly. It was before the game, and that was actually my coworker Mac Engel that asked the question.
Nice.
And shout out to Mac. He does great stuff over at Star Telegram. But I was outside the arena interviewing fans when that happened, but I saw that and I was just like, God, like this is a PR disaster. Like they continue just to make it worse every time they open their mouths. Like have they done one thing since the trade has happened where it's like, hey, that was tasteful. That was good. Good on them. Like what the hell? Like having the shirts on the seats saying thank you in Slovenian. It's like, what are we doing, dog? Like what is going on?
I did think it was like when, and I mean, we've never really seen a situation like this, to be honest, or at least in my lifetime, I haven't, with a clear top 3 player, top 5 player in the league getting traded away, arguably in his prime. So, we've never seen this, but like seeing before the game that there was an announcement, there was going to be a tribute video and like the shirts that have like kind of like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
It's just correct. Like, why would you do that and be like, yeah, let's, we're still going to love and show love to this player that we fucked it all up and traded it away.
It's there was 2 comparisons that I thought were really fucking funny. There was one, it was it was like if you murder somebody and then you show up to their funeral with a tribute video. That was one of them where I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny. And the other one was like, yeah, your girlfriend broke up with you and you're still madly in love with her, but she sent you a video of all your memories together. It was just like, man, it's bad. It was so bad. So bad. And little known, like at the final timeout before the first half, they did a tribute video for Markieff Morris because he was in that trade too. And they're showing Markieff after the video and they're all dying laughing. They're like, get this off the screen.
The Mavericks team or Lakers?
No, the Lakers. And Markieff is laughing at the video. He's like, are you kidding me?
Man, was it this like slow-mo clips of him warming up for the Mavs? Like, he didn't
There
play.
was like 2 action clips. It was him on the bench, like encouraging teammates, and then it was like charity work, and then there was like 2 action clips. What are we doing?
Man,
I was waiting on the Maxi Cleva video, Jake, but Maxi was not in the building, so I guess they'll do that whenever he gets back.
The Morris brothers are fascinating career arc to look at.
Yeah.
Like I remember, so I'm not mistaken, they are twins, right? They're identical twins, right?
Identical twins.
So I don't really bring this up, but I'm actually a twin myself, and you know this. But I'm a fraternal twin. I have a twin brother, and
I always forget about that.
I always found it fascinating. There was a story about how the Morris brothers apparently have gotten the same exact tattoos, the same exact ones. They wear their hair the same, facial hair the same, or at least back in the day, I know they did. And I'm pretty sure the story goes like they're in an AAU tournament and one of them got ejected or kicked out and they went and like switched jerseys and the other one came back in because he was having a really good game. The one that got kicked out and no one could notice or tell. And I think they proceeded to like win the tournament or something. And it was just like a youth game or AAU, but there's several conspiracy theories out there that they've switched uniforms a few times during their NBA career, which doesn't make a ton of sense, and I think would be much more noticeable at this point in their careers. But
the big rumor is early in their careers. I forget which one this happened to. I believe it was Marcus. Had like a high ankle sprain in like game 2 of a playoff series, and he was a starter and like a really good player for them. And it was Markieff who had gotten hurt, and he had like a high ankle sprain. And Marcus is the better brother. He has been his whole NBA career. And whenever the injury happened, they were like, oh, he's done for the series. And he was right back for the very next game. And he dropped 25, and it was like the best game he had all season. And everyone was like, wait, what's going on around here?
Yeah. Are they are from Dallas, right?
No, they're from New Jersey. They may have done prep school in Dallas at some point, but they're from New Jersey.
No, they went to prep charter and Apex Academy. Born in Philly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Julius Randle is from Dallas area. It's kind of a similar player as those guys, so maybe that's the.
I actually saw Julius Randle. He was one of those kids, I think, if I'm remembering this correctly, that like was kind of a superstar online by like the 8th grade because he was just a beast.
Yeah.
And I remember it would have been when he was in 9th grade or 8th grade, but he ran into an AAU tournament with like my best friend's older brother's team. And I'd spent the night at their house and had just gone with them to this tournament in San Marcos. It was at Texas State. And I remember because we were super into basketball. That was like my sport. Then being like, oh, that's Julius Randle. And then years later, he's still in the league. So, stuff like that's always cool. You think he's like a superhero, and that was like a 14-year-old Julius Randle.
Now he's getting traded for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, what a fall off. But no, I mean, man, it is crazy to track the numbers of what's happened with the players after the trade. Like Jake Bayless said, Caleb Martin has made 2 3-pointers total since being traded to Dallas.
Yeah.
Quentin Grimes, 79 3-pointers made since being traded to Philly.
That Caleb Martin insanity run that he had in the playoffs a couple years ago for the Heat, it's going to buy him like 7 years in the league.
Yeah, I bet on him like nearly every playoff game during that run too. I was betting a lot on the Heat back then because that was they made all the way to the finals, right?
Yeah, as an 8 seed.
Yeah. So did you participate in any of those chats? There's been a lot of discourse about press box behavior on Twitter lately.
No. I was being a quiet good boy in the press box. I'm not a Mavericks fan. Like I agree, fire Nico, but I guess I'm not as emotionally invested as the fan base, of course. That night I was more worried about the Warriors blowing a 10-point lead to the Spurs and losing and not getting knocked down in the playoff race. But no, not me. But I have seen this discourse on Twitter about the whole, girl who's happy about Florida winning the national championship, whatever. I think it's getting a little overblown. Like, we have grown men in every press box in America, high school, college, and pros cheering. And they still have a job, and it's like it's their lane. Like, we're in a media age now where that can kind of be their lane and it's allowed. Like, if you go to a Texas A&M game, I haven't, so I can't really speak on this. I'm just kind of speaking, theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
If like Billy Lucci or somebody from Texags was like cheering after a Texas A&M touchdown, you'd be like, yeah, that's on brand. I get that. But you're not kicking them out, right? Like, that's their lane. That's their way to do it. And there's so many like fan sites now in industry, whether that be NFL or professional sports in general, college sports, high school sports. It's fine. Like, as long as you're not like getting in the way of people actually working, I don't care. Like, do your own thing. That's just me though. That's just my, I guess, everyone do what they want view of things, but I really don't give a damn. It's not me. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't, but it's just, I don't care. I think it's being way overblown. They're like, oh, this girl, she just lost any chance she had at getting a job. Oh, stupid. And I'm like, no, not at all. Like, she'll be just fine. She'll get hired by Barstool and she'll make $1 million in 10 years. Like, she'll be completely okay.
Yeah. Not very much of a Big J journalist response, as Barstool like to call it. I saw shout out Eric Henry. His tweet was included in Barstool's article where they it's funny. The person writing the story called Eric an old journalist. And Eric looked it up. He's younger by like 8 years than the dude who wrote the story. So, yeah, sounds about Barstool. I don't know. I mean, I think we both have taken pretty unorthodox routes as far as journalists go. I think that's changed as time has gone on. There's obviously more opportunities and like you said, different lanes. And I mean, even like dynamics on talk shows with ESPN, Fox Sports 1, all these other like big shows that we grew up on around the horn, like all that's gone. And sports media has changed a lot to where, independent content creators, they got to do what they got to do. And I guess claw and scratch for it. And that's recording yourself reacting to a game in a press box. That's what it is. But it's kind of just, I think, the day and age of sports media where everything is all over the place. Yeah. I did not know about this. Where is this? The fan that got kicked out for yelling "Fire Nico" now is a mural in Dallas. I never saw that.
So I actually talked to that guy for my story that I did. I saw him in Victory Plaza, and so it was like him and his buddy. They both have had season tickets for a long time, and it was that first game after Luka got traded. They were playing the Kings, and you remember they were doing like the karaoke on the Jumbotron, and he mouthed "Fire Nico," and then they escorted him out of the building and kicked him out.
Oh yeah,
it was just stupid. Again, just another one of the million things that the Mavs have done since the trade, where it's just like, what are you doing? But I talked to that guy, and he didn't have any ramifications after that. He's still going to renew as a season ticket holder going into next year. And when I asked, I was like, why? Like, even after all of this? And he was like, well, I feel like you can't complain if you don't vote. And I was like, yeah, but like, you don't have to give them season tickets, And I don't know. That's what I was theorizing in my head. But I did see that he has a mural, which is crazy.
Yeah. How do you think Mark Cuban feels about this? Didn't they catch him on camera with like his hand in his palms?
Yeah, during the fire, Nico, he looked pissed. But I mean, he set that up too. He's the one that hired Nico Harrison. And he's the one that sold the team. Like I don't know. I don't feel bad. Part of me feels bad for Mark Cuban because everything he did build over 20 years or however was literally trashed overnight. But that was his business decision, and he has to live with that.
Yeah, no, it's true. It is true. Coach Topps' sources say Nico didn't attend practice today. Man,
one thing I will say that's interesting, if I could, Dirk Nowitzki went to the first Lakers game for Luka, and he was there in attendance, right? And he has not been back for a Mavs game since, but he was there on Wednesday night. That was the first Mavs game he's been to since Luka's been traded. And it makes me think, like, damn, like, is Dirk feeling the betrayal as well? Like, gosh, if so, I mean, that's because Dirk's not loyal to those guys. That wasn't his GM.
Yeah,
that was.
You need to be careful. They might rip down a statue.
And you know what's crazy, dog? On his statue, it says "Loyalty never fades away," and there were multiple fans that were pointing to that whenever I was interviewing them during Victory Plaza. And they're like, "That's not true anymore with this franchise. Like that's hogwash. Like it's stupid." So I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy times being a Mavs fan.
Yeah. Yeah. Rodney, I think you might have had a typo or something in here.
He said, "You guys hear these high school and college broadcasters being more homers?"
Oh, it's good. My bad. I'm dyslexic. Well, he did spell here wrong. That's why. But yeah, I now I get what you mean, Rodney. Thank you.
Those are worse. Those are much worse.
Yes.
Because like here's the view of it from like a journalistic standpoint. Like you can go and you have the option to go listen to the fan perspective of the fan journalist who's going to cheer in the press box, or you can go listen to the traditional Big J journalist, or if that's your lane, like that's fine. That's why you have the option. That's the option of freedom, I guess you have. When it comes to broadcasting, you don't have options. It's the one guy you have. So I'm with you there, Rodney. Like because that stuff gets so annoying. There's so many of these high schools out here that have just the worst homer broadcast, and it's just like, dude, shut up.
Yeah, especially when Texan Live or NFHS can have their own crew. So you're watching like a playoff game, but it's like only from like a Longview Alito game, and it's Alito's broadcast, and the worst.
Yeah,
the worst. David Keith Williams, been a minute since we've seen you. Welcome back. Said Jordan Scruggs and Harris. What is both of your views about Kosiak Paula? Paula is really becoming one of my favorite 2026 recruits considering Texas.
All you.
Yeah, all good. You pointed the wrong way.
Did I?
Yeah, there you go.
On my screen, it's this way.
You're on the left box on your screen?
I'm on the right box on my screen.
Damn. Well, I don't know. We're confusing ourselves. Yeah, Nick he doesn't really cover recruiting, so I'll talk about Kosiak Paula, but a prospect I think will end up at Texas. I'm actually planning on crystal balling him later today. Something that's been in the works for a minute. I don't know. I hadn't gotten around to it. But with him, Texas was a second offer. They've been in a great spot since. Katie Maid Creek product, who for his freshman and sophomore year was actually coached by Rashad Bobineau, the former Texas starting linebacker, 409 legend as well. Who is now actually at Cy Ranch High School, where he's coaching another Texas linebacker target, Calvin Thomas. But with Kosi, this spring it's kind of been Texas, Penn State, North Carolina, Baylor, Houston. They're in there too. Same with Alabama. But for the most part, it would be two schools that I'd hear, and it would be Texas and Penn State, or Texas and Alabama, Texas and North Carolina. Every time it was always two schools, and every time there would be one that would be rotating, and the other one was always Texas. And I still feel like, I felt like Texas leader for several months. I still feel like that. Visited 5 or 6 times in 2024 alone, and then visited Junior Day at the end of March for pretty much a solo, just unofficial visit on Monday. And then he'll be back this weekend, or actually tomorrow on Saturday, for another practice visit. So the official visit in June will be his very last, or not very last, but 4th trip to the campus in a year, about like 9th or 10th overall. And it's also the last official visit on his schedule, June 20th through 22nd. So I think he has the best chances out of any linebacker prospect in 26 cycle to actually end up in Texas's class. And as far as the player goes, you did kind of highlight a little bit. If he does commit to Texas, David Keith Williams said, I think he needs a lot of development as a run stopper and coverage linebacker. His physical ability is superior, though, and I think he could develop into an all-SEC linebacker. Yeah, so he kind of reminds me a little bit of Brad Spence out of high school, where he is clearly going to eventually have to play off-ball linebacker due to the size, height, weight, measurements part of it. But the thing is, at the high school level, you can make more of an impact as a 2-point edge rusher than you can as a Mike backer. And so his entire high school career, he's pretty much played on the line of scrimmage as a 2-point edge rusher. He has a really good skill set for that, but considering he's 6'1.5", 6'2" tops, going to be kind of hard to play that position in college. So the thought process for a long time is that, he'll need a year or two to be spun up and developed and to where he's actually comfortable at that off-ball linebacker position in run stopping and coverage, pass coverage, like you said. But Texas's pitch is kind of switched from just like, hey, we're going to stick you at linebacker. And that's kind of what they were saying for a long time. Now it's, hey, you're going to be a 50-50 edge and a 50-50 linebacker. We're going to play you all over the place, and that's going to be your permanent role, which is new because in the past, what Texas had primarily done with linebackers, they even did this with Anthony Hill, where year one, you don't want to stunt their growth. And for Anthony Hill, they didn't want him at Mike backer week 2 on Saturday primetime television versus Alabama and Tuscaloosa, where he's basically getting picked on and he's losing confidence. So for the first half of that season, first 8 games he primarily played edge when he was on the field. He had more snaps at edge and off-ball linebacker. And that changed as the season went on, and he eventually found a home as an off-ball linebacker where he primarily was as a sophomore. That's not going to be the case with Kosi. They want to keep him as a mix of an edge and a linebacker. And, Texas hasn't played any games yet with Trey Moore in that new kind of linebacker edge tweener role. But I do think what Trey Moore plays this year for Texas will be what Kosi Okpala would eventually play when he ends up at Texas, like I expect. So that's kind of the latest there. Really good kid and one that I've really enjoyed covering. Also works with Donnie Baggs, who's a great guy, and plays 7-on-7 with the Night Riders. I know he knows Coach Top, and just a really good kid, and again, one I've really enjoyed covering. So I guess be on the lookout on Horns 24/7 later today for that Crystal Ballin story. But yeah. Yeah, Made Creek, it does still exist. Yeah, not a ton of guys are coming out of there. The last one before Kosi was Toby Hastrup, who was did you ever hear about this kid, Toby Hastrup?
So I met that kid when he was like an 8th grader or freshman whenever I was covering Tayshaun Wilson.
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't really follow his recruitment after that.
Are you sure?
I think so.
What if I told you he was like Katie Taylor and transferred to Made Creek before his junior year?
Damn, that it wasn't him that I met.
Yeah.
I met some freak 8th grade freshman kid whenever I went to go cover Tayshaun Wilson.
Shit, it might have been Kosi. Who knows? But with Toby Hastrup, he was born and raised in England, moved to the U.S., I think, when he was like 7, 8, 9, something like that, and then grew up in the Houston/Katy area, eventually transferred from Katy Taylor to Made Creek. And all he did was run track pretty much. He was like a 6'3", 6'4", 200-plus pounder kid running the 400 meters and winning district in it, in the KDIC district. And eventually Made Creek's coaches were able to convince him to play football. His first year ever playing football is his senior year. In his first 2 games, he has like 6.5 sacks. By week 3, he has like a dozen offers, ended up with like 20-plus, and took like 10 official visits in the season. And ended up going to Oregon over like Mizzou and several other really good schools. And he early enrolled, and yeah, that's where he's at now. And before him, the last one would have been Tayshaun Wilson, who we both covered, that ended up at Baylor and is now, I think, at Prairie View A&M.
Yeah, yep, that's where he's at.
I think so. And his uncle is still over there on staff at Made Creek. So, yeah, but yeah, Made Creek definitely still exists.
They also had Reggie McNeil Jr. for a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, do you know where he ended up?
South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, yeah. Nuts. Okay. Yeah, Robert E. Lee, that's now a Houston Wisdom. They actually, in my prospect thread, I should say, I'm kind of the only one that posts in there on Horns 24/7. There's a kid at Houston Wisdom that nobody even really knows exists, and like 6'3", 180-pound receiver. He should play college football somewhere. And I've sent him to a few schools, and really cool story kind of. Wisdom, they haven't won 7+ games in a year since I think it was 88.
Damn.
Or 98. So
Houston ISD ball is bad these days.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
It's horrific. I mean, the whole district is in a horrible state considering the state of Texas had to overtake the district in 2021.
Yeah.
Not good. We'll do let me read through some of these comments. What else we got? CB said, I love everything happening to the Mavs. CB, are you a Spurs fan? Who are you with? Jake Bayless, we could give a fuck what Mark has to say about anything. He's a sellout that's now towing the company line. F him. Think you speak for a lot of Mavs fans. Yeah. Jake said, once you do Dirk wrong, you might as well be charged with treason and domestic terrorism.
Yeah, for real. For real.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, David Keith Williams, of course. No problem. Keep them coming. David asked, this could be far-fetched thinking, but a 2026 linebacker duo of Kosiak Paula and either Tyler Atkinson or Xavier Griffin would be great for Texas. The only issue is that Atkinson may be the only Mike linebacker of the three. Yeah, that is an interesting part. I actually think Xavier Griffin's better than Tyler Atkinson. And Xavier Griffin is committed to USC, but there will be something coming out soon with him in regards to Texas. Stay tuned for that. But yeah, Texas, they need 3 or 4 linebackers a cycle. They're going to take a few, I think, upside guys or longer-term guys like a Kosiak Paula, but they need a true Mike, and they need at least 2 other bodies. So figuring out, how that's going to work out come December has been kind of a challenge, but the guys I'm most confident about at linebacker currently ending up the guys I'm currently most confident about eventually ending up at Texas are Kosiak Paula and Tyson Igiowoko from Georgetown Eastview, the Texas Tech commit. So, yeah.
What are the positions that Texas really needs to load up on this cycle? You mentioned linebacker. Defensive tackle, it's probably time to.
They need D tackle every year. It's not as big of a deal as it was last year. They signed 3 really good takes: Josiah Sharma, Myron Charles, and Justice Terry. But they're still going to need it. One thing I didn't really realize this till the other day: they need edge, because after this year, Ethan Burke is gone. The only scholarship guys that return are Colton Vasek, who I guess could actually leave after next year. He'd be eligible, but I doubt that would happen. But Colton Vasek, Colin Simmons, Lance Jackson, Smith Arugbo, and Zena Umeozulu. 5 scholarship, or 4, 5, whatever it is. And, whoever they sign in 26. But Colin Simmons is a 3-year player. He's going to be in the 2027 NFL draft.
Yeah.
Lance Jackson is likely a 3-year player as well. Zena Umeozulu has kind of blown me away with what we've heard about him. I didn't really expect him to put it together this quickly, but he's going to play this year in a decent amount of snaps.
Wow.
And considering that's year 2, he and Colin Simmons could potentially both be year 3 or, 3-and-done edge rushers. So I think edge is sneakily more important than a lot of people think it is, because, again, you're like Colin Simmons is gone after 26. And that also got me thinking, Texas could potentially go on a run where they go 5 years in a row with an edge drafted. This year it'll be Barron Sorrell. Next year it'll be Ethan Burke, maybe Trey Moore. After that, Colin Simmons, maybe Zena. After that, maybe Zena or Lance Jackson. I think Lance Jackson will be a 3-year player. So, keeping that going, I think edge is important. D-line, like you said, linebacker is really important because after this year, they're losing Anthony Hill. He's a 3-and-done player. Brad Spence will have another year. He's not, I don't think, ever going to be a draft pick just because of his measurements. I believe he has a shorter wingspan than his height.
He is. He's always been a tweener. Yeah. That's been his downside.
And if you're a 6'1.5", 6'2", edge rusher, linebacker, tweener, you can't have a negative wingspan and get drafted. It just doesn't work unless you have ridiculous production. So he's going to come back for 26. The Young Lafau is probably going to come back for 26. Ty Anthony Smith will be back. And then Bo Barnes. Those are the only scholarship linebackers coming back because Jonathan Cunningham is currently working with the Nichols sometimes, depending on the day, the safeties group as well, is what I've been told. So
fascinating.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts, but I'd say linebacker. Running back, I think they're pretty good. If you take 2 kids a year like Texas has done every year of the Sark era, well, I guess besides the 22 cycle, you're going to end up pretty well.
Are you worried about the talent at the offensive line? Not necessarily the numbers, but the talent. I mean, they got the top end guys like Gooseby. I guess he would be entering his last year. I mean, they're expecting him to be a 3-and-done guy, right? Is this his sophomore or his junior season?
I'm sorry, say it again. I was reading a comment.
Trevor Gooseby, sophomore or junior season coming up.
It will be his 3rd season. He was 2023 class.
He could very well go out this year.
I think that is exactly what happens. Well, we've heard about Trevor
Campbell's out, but go ahead.
It took less than a week from Trevor Gooseby stepping on campus as a June enrollee. He showed up in June of 2023. He was not an early enrollee. It took less than a week. And Horns 24/7 was already hearing, hey, we're not saying he's Kelvin Banks or will be better or even as good, but he's going to be the guy after Kelvin leaves. They said that within a week of him being on campus. And Gooseby's young for his grade. I believe he was still 17 at the time as well. But with him, he is more athletic, moves much better, and also that helps him actually play left tackle instead of right tackle like Cam Williams. If Cam Williams, after 1 year of starting at right tackle, can convince NFL teams he's a draft pick and is going to go, he's supposed to go like round 3 now?
Yeah, 3-4.
Yeah. Gooseby can easily do the same thing. And the reports we're hearing right now out of Austin on Gooseby compared to what they were on Williams at this point last year, Gooseby is further ahead of him. I firmly believe that. So I think he could come back depending if like an injury maybe were to happen or he doesn't have the season he's hoping to have. Yeah. But as far as it goes for me and like projecting the roster, I'm not expecting him to be back next year just because I think he can go 1-and-done after 1 year starting and go round 1 or 2, especially like you remember how big of a fan or how big of fans all of us were for Gooseby. And a lot of it was because those really good basketball clips. When the NFL draft community finds the videos of him doing 360 dunks, it's going to be all over Twitter, you know? So I'm expecting him to go 1-and-done after this year. What else we got here? Yeah, let's talk a little about this Nico Iamaleava stuff. So I've not seen this, but Nathan says Pete Thamel is saying Nico Iamaleava is not attending practice while he holds out for new.
Yeah, it just broke about 20 minutes ago.
While he holds out for a new deal. So this whole thing has been kind of hilarious to me. I've kind of said it at different times throughout the spring, and I know Will was hearing it from his own people as well. But I've heard going back several months that it was somewhat likely Nico Iamaleava is gone after next year at Tennessee, regardless if that means the NFL or if he's in the portal. And when I asked, like, they're just going to push him out no matter what, the answer I was given was that the budgeting, they kind of have to. With what he's being paid and with what they're going to pay Faison Brandon, Faison Brandon is the number 1 overall prospect in 2026 at QB, 5-star, right? Number 1 player in the country. He's making a lot of money. He will make
Charlotte, right?
I'm not sure if it's Charlotte, but I know it's state of North Carolina. Okay. Having a true freshman, number 1 overall prospect sitting on the bench year 1 and paying him several $1 million, and then you pay the starting QB several $1 million when he's not even top 10 paid, but not even close to top 10 in talent, it's just hard to make it work. And with Nico's contract, I mean, it was when he committed or signed, I believe it was reported $8 million across 3 years. And the number has increased from that contract. He's at a number that's already higher. But what he saw is that Michigan, they gave $10 million to Bryce Underwood across 3 years. Carson Beck, Darian Mensah, their NIL deals are over north of $3 million, which is much more than Nico Iamaleava's is. And to my understanding, what their camp is arguing is, hey, we had a great deal when we committed and we signed, but the market has risen significantly, especially for quarterbacks. We think Nico's a top 15 quarterback, top 10, but he's not paid like it currently. So Tennessee, we need to negotiate this. And it's funny. I read the person who kind of opened up this whole box was Pete Nakos and On3. That is how it happened. They reported that they are in active negotiations ahead of the transfer portal opening on the 16th. which that came out, and all of Nico and his camp were like, this isn't true. It's not happening. It's not happening. CBS this morning came out with a story reporting that Tennessee is pissed off about that report because it opens up the box to basically saying, hey, he's in active negotiations. Other schools can tamper.
Yeah.
Which
or other
the
players
price
on their
up
roster can do the same shit.
What do you say?
Or other players on their roster can do the same shit.
Exactly. But no matter what, if it's reported that means schools will try to tamper with Nico Iamaleava, which not only drives his price up if he ended up coming back to Tennessee, but also he's going to get more money no matter where he goes now, and he could potentially go in the portal. It's there's just a lot of moving parts to this. And
we gotta have regulation, man. Like it's past time.
Yeah,
it's past time.
And it's funny. This is this was a story that Chris Hummer, Brandon Huffman, and John Talty wrote. Some of the best they do it in the entire industry. And again, the story's over at CBS Sports. It's called At Tennessee, Frustration and Some Uncertainty as Contract Talks with QB Nico Iamaleava go public. So, again, would highly recommend y'all go check this out. But this is one of the paragraphs. Last week, a rumor rippled through the West Coast that Iamaleava may be interested in testing the portal waters. When reached out then about the possibility, one source at Tennessee expressed little concern about the Vols' standing with Iamaleava. Sources Thursday remained reasonably nonplussed about Iamaleava leaving Tennessee, though sources close to the situation would not fully rule it out. There are some who believe USC is involved in this due to the kind of make-or-break year Lincoln Riley's facing, and you look at their quarterback room, and it's not a very good room to have in a make-or-break year. Makes a little bit of sense, but like the whole thing is just crazy because Tennessee, like I think Coach Top said, they can't really replace him. They can't. You know, I think Nico Iamaleava, with what he was making last year, the play that came out of it wasn't great. You know, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, Tennessee went 10-3. They also had the best running back in college football, not named Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
And Dylan Sampson. So I'm kind of with you, Jake Bayless, on who the hell does Iamaleava think he is. But on the same note, if I was someone in this camp or if I was Iamaleava myself and they were paying someone who is ranked very similar to me significantly more and they hadn't played a college snap, I would try to negotiate too.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
Here's
and
two
yes,
things.
CB, you are right. Nico Iamaleava's dad did call Pete Nakos that. It's on Twitter if you want to check it out. So.
He wouldn't be the first one to call him that.
There's
two things.
Probably,
two things.
Go ahead.
One, context about Nico that I think is important. And whenever I covered the very first OT7 tournament ever had in Las Vegas, this was back in the summer of 2022. This was going into his senior year. He was one of the big quarterbacks there. He was one of the top quarterbacks in the country at the time, obviously. Nico's entire family was at this event, and you talk to these people, you get a feeling of these people. Nico's family is like poly mafia. It's the best way to explain it. I mean, it is. They run deep on the West Coast. They are very well connected.
It's very similar.
They get what they want. They get what they want.
I don't know if they are connected or it's the same group of people as like the Uiagalelei circles. I probably pronounced that wrong, but DJ and Mateo Uiagalelei, whatever it is. Very similar vibes, though, at least from like my point of view of seeing this unfold from, I guess, unbiased perspective.
It's times 10 with this film because the Uiagalelei's, their downfall is that they're very public with it and they run to social media and they're very out and loud about like what they have happening. The Iamaleava side is very quiet. Ear to the ground. That's why when this report came out, it did not surprise me at all whenever they're like, oh, no, that's not true. Because I know how that family operates, and that is exactly how it does. This is exactly what happened in his recruitment. I mean, he was getting courted different sides, and then he just popped to Tennessee out of nowhere. It's because, well, it was kind of, all these negotiations were happening behind the scenes. That's the context. My opinion about this, and I think Coach Top, he saying, are they wrong for thinking that way? I guess you're asking about like Nico's camp. They're not wrong for thinking that way, but you don't sign a 3-year contract in the very beginning if you don't think that there's going to be an opportunity to make more money within those 3 years. I mean, you think about it from like a professional sports perspective, like an NFL perspective, right? You don't sign a 4-year deal if you think the market at your position is going to skyrocket whenever Patrick Mahomes hits free agency or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you get a 2-year deal, you wait on the market to reset, you go get another 2-year deal. And that's how it works. You don't sign a 3-year deal up front. And maybe that's part of the college landscape, that, you know, the trial and error of these NIL deals is now players are maybe learning, hey, I can't sign a 3 or a 4-year deal. Maybe I need to sign a 1-year deal or a 2-year deal so I can understand what the market looks like a year or two later down the line. But when you sign the 3-year deal, dog, like, I can't have any sympathy for somebody who signed the deal and is then trying to renegotiate within that deal. It's like, dog, you agreed to it. Yes, the market has changed, but you had to anticipate that.
Yeah, and they have already renegotiated this contract. Like, he's making
and they've already made more money. You're right, which is like
yeah. Shout out the lawyers over there, whoever's involved with this.
Yeah. Shit show.
Yeah, it is. And like, honestly, like, I like Nico Imalev a lot out of high school. I thought he was next up, going to be the truth. The only guy I like more is Arch Manning, and I think that take has worked out well so far.
Yeah.
But with Imalev, I've been a little disappointed. Now, I do think part of it is Tennessee, with what their offense is and their personnel at receiver and just the pass catching positions, I just feel like it does not fit well. And they should have. They're in a really weird spot. They're kind of like how Oklahoma is, where since they only have, and I guess Arkansas, since they only have like at most each year maybe 5 or 6 kids who are actually good enough to play at their school, they have to get all their beef from out of state. They have to go out of state to get it. And that limits a lot of things in recruiting. And I just feel like with Imalev, there was supposed to be more. And I know it was 1 year of starting. And, you know, but when you enter with that ranking next to your name, those stars next to your name, the expectations are much higher. And especially when it's reported that you were going to make $8 million across 3 years before you were even done with your junior year of high school.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. And yes, Nico was, or is, I don't know if he still plays volleyball, but he was the guy a few years ago who missed the Elite 11 finals because he had a volleyball tournament or something.
I forgot about that. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I remember people getting pissed off because Arch Manning no-showed it. And I mean, everyone knew he was never going to that.
Yeah.
And then he kind of got to like duck behind the limelight once people found out Nico Imalev was playing volleyball or something.
Yeah. Little do we know, like Arch was at a lacrosse tournament or something.
Shit, maybe he might have been on. Yeah. There you go, DJ Dog. Yeah, it's where it came from. But I don't know, with college football and just Imalev, like, seriously, think about it. I think I could name 10 quarterbacks I would take over him right now this year in college football pretty easily.
Let's do that. We got Arch. We got Lagway.
I was going to go there too.
I would take
Garrett Nussmeier
for sure.
Cade Klubnik.
I'd take Mensa.
Really?
I would. Yeah,
I think they're a lot closer than people think, but we'll do it. That's 5.
Who's starting at Oregon? Dante Moore? I'm not taking him over Nico, but I'm just curious. Is he starting?
Yeah. They haven't officially announced it, but he will be the starter. Yeah, Lenore Sellers, that's 6.
Lenore Sellers. I'm not sure if there's 10.
There is. I'm just trying to think. I'm thinking of teams in the conference. Let me push this.
Okay. Caden Salter. Are you taking Salter over Nico?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I am too.
What Caden Salter did at Liberty was remarkable.
Josh Hoover.
Okay, now I don't know about that one. Man.
Josh Hoover threw for like 320 yards a game last season.
I'm forever a hater on Josh Hoover. I remember seeing him play in high school. I'm like, yeah, this looks like an Indiana QB commit. And that was, hey, John Mateer. I hate doing it, but John Mateer is better than Nico.
I'm not taking Mateer over Nico. I'm sorry.
You're fucking crazy. You are crazy. Sam Levitt is also better. I think that's
Drew Aller for sure.
I hate Drew Aller too.
I'm taking him over Nico though.
Yeah.
I'm not taking Carson Beck over Nico.
It's like pre-2024 Carson Beck. Hell yes. 2024 Carson Beck. Yeah. And then we said Klubnik, but like that's 10. We could probably get to 15 if it came to it.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe
So
the ceiling is incredibly high with Nico, but ceiling hasn't been shown on the field quite yet. That's why it's like him renegotiating here. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb.
yeah, I also like I feel like with what's happening with Nico now, like if he comes back, this has to be his last year. It has to be.
Yeah, there's no way.
Like based off what we heard, especially if they're gonna pay him more and he gets what he wants or his camp gets what they want, like not gonna be great. I'm trying to figure out who the QB would be if it's not Nico. You barf, Jake Merklinger, barf, and George McIntyre. Yeah, so he did play men's volleyball. I don't know if that was club or through his school, but that's also like West Coast Polynesian culture. Like one of so we actually rarely talk about this kid because I don't think he's only visited Texas once. But this cat right here is one of Kyle Flood's top recruiting targets, 6'4", 320, Sam Utu. His full name is Samuela, but eventually I guess someone shortened it on here. He also plays volleyball, and he is 6'4", 320 pounds. Jeez. And the videos and photos of this dude jumping up and his knees are like even with the bottom of the net. It's fucking crazy. And you're probably like, how does volleyball translate to football? Trust me, it kind of doesn't, especially at this position. Like, offensive linemen are never jumping, and if they do, something went wrong.
Well, in Tenderwell McMillan's case, it certainly translates.
Okay, yeah, I know. That's a receiver, though. This isn't. This is a guard prospect. So, you know, it just shows more functional athleticism. And I would, you know, like anyone over 300 pounds doing anything remotely athletic is a plus, in my opinion. At least, you know, high schoolers. But, yeah, and John Mateer is now with the Sooners. And it's kind of hard to gauge how good he's actually doing because, I mean, Nick, we're both aware of how the Oklahoma market kind of is, and especially the state it's currently in. But you know, you go over to the Oklahoma websites, read the practice reports. It sounds like John Mateer is going to be the best QB they've had since Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm very curious because, like, I mean, dude, their skill room is atrocious.
Yeah.
Atrocious. They got portal players. One of them is Josiah Martin, who couldn't get on the field at Cal.
He's there now?
Yeah, he's at OU.
Oh.
And it's hilarious because, like, oh, who is this quarterback? Not there anymore. Jackson Arnold. You know, he's QB at Denton Guyer. And I like Josiah Martin, but he just, like, they need to win now. And it wasn't getting on the field a ton at Cal. I don't know how adding depth this year will help. And I guess I get it, but like their main, if I'm not mistaken, if Coach Top's still here, he can fact check this. But I'm pretty sure their big like portal receiver edition was a UAPB receiver who's going into like year 6. Now he's a monster, but like UAPB competition is worse than the SEC. It's night and day.
This sounds like a Charlie Strong roster. Like this is bad.
Yeah, he is their Charlie Strong. Defensive minded.
Yeah.
You know, had a great resume as a coordinator. Can't do jack shit as a head coach, almost. But Carson Beck didn't have Jim Nagy. Or not Carson Beck. I said Carson Beck because I read that. Charlie Strong didn't have a Jim Nagy.
Yeah.
Which I'm also curious about. You know, we saw Andrew Luck. He was the first GM to fire a head coach.
Yeah.
They hired Jim Nagy knowing damn well Venables is on the hot seat and is probably fired after this year.
Yeah.
So does he keep his job or do they fire him too? And he has to be like, hey, Senior Bowl,
yeah,
can I have my job
They
back?
just hired his replacement, so he wouldn't have that job back.
Yeah, who was it?
It's a former Cowboy scout. Actually, it was a Cowboy scout for like 20 years. He was serving as GM at West Virginia, though, and now he's going to take over the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I have seen some Oklahoma fans talking about bringing back Trajan Bridges.
That is insane. That'd be like Texas bringing back Chris Beard. Like it'd be the exact same situation.
Yeah. Man, the funniest shit to me, Annam thought they were hiring Chris Beard. Like, I don't know why I don't have a ton of confidence saying this, but he's a Texas alum, right? I'm not mistaken, huh?
Talking about Chris Beard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Like, that was my thought process the whole time. And also, like, leaving Oxford for College Station is like, I don't know what's a good comp.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'd much rather live in Oxford probably if I was him. But I don't know. We're probably going to wrap it up, close it out. It is Friday, so that means an SEC baseball weekend ahead. And up next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, the SEC Unfiltered crew is previewing the SEC baseball weekend ahead, including plenty of thoughts on Texas and Kentucky. And then back at 2 p.m., yeah, CB, I did see that. Chris Beard finessed them and got the new contract. He played A&M. But to wrap it up, at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live streams. And we'll be back on Monday. We'll see you.